Well, we were forced to pretend to be Utsugi to kidnap Rin, and stuff went down. Found out Utsugi is apparently our ancestor. And now we're chasing after Miroku again. Just gonna clarify, though. After everything from last stream, I am done talking about Sesshomaru. As far as I'm concerned, I have nothing left to say about him. Until I eventually do his route, which won't be for quite some time, and possibly a few certain bits on a future Mitru playthrough, but that also won't be for a little while. Until then, I have nothing to say about him. I'm not gonna talk about him. He's not worth the attention, anything like that. So I am dropping any subject there. Oh, that's not what I needed. But we are gonna get into some of the juicier parts and find out some translations for Kaname.
てめえ、うつぎ。
こいつがあなたのご先祖様だなんて信じられないけど。でもそうらしいの。
だがこいつも奈落の仲間だからな。放っとくわけにはいかねえ。
そうだね。覚悟して、うつぎ。待って犬夜叉。
魂が強まっている。これなら。
何言ってんだ。てめえが弱えからだよ。覚悟しやがれ、うつぎ。待
って、殺しちゃダメ。
なんで止めんだよ、カゴメ。
そうよ、今ならうつぎを倒せるよ。うつぎを殺したらあなたが消えちゃう。え、私が
And I'm just gonna bring this up every time. The fact Kagome brings up the possible grandfather paradox and it's only in this game. It would have been an amazing concept to bring up in the series. But of course, Kagome being the only other character here from the present, of course she'd know about the grandfather paradox.
まだ終わらない。
The discussion with Utsugi here is identical between Mitra and Kaname. Of course, the only difference being any masculine references being feminine references. So, grandfather, grandmother. That's really about it.
逃げるのかよ。待て。
ダメだったらうつぎを殺したら消えちゃうかもしれないの。
The fact that, the English version, having Kagome be silent for Kururugi's name, sure, whatever. The Japanese version doing it still throws me off.
どうして
It's like they could have just said Kururugi, but there is a reason why they don't.
あなたのお母さんよりもずっと祖先のうつぎが死んだら。
うつぎが死んだら、それ以降の子は全部生まれない。
And then yeah, if Utsugi dies, and if Utsugi truly is Kaname's ancestor, then the future generations wouldn't be born, Thus, Kaname's mother eventually wouldn't be born, and thus Kaname herself wouldn't be born. Hence the paradox here. And Kagome then saying, like, I would not be surprised if you completely disappeared as a result. Same thing with Michiru, only difference there was grandfather and the fathers down the line.
つまり私も生まれないってこと？わからないけど、もしそうなら消えてしまっても不思議ではないわ。嘘。
そうなると、とにかく今は奈落を追うことですね。この謎を解く手がかりを知っているのは、やはり奈落でしょうから。
ああ、奈落の野郎をぶっ倒して宇津木のこと聞き出してやろうぜ。
そうじゃな。とにかく奈落を倒すことじゃ。ありがとう、みんな。宇津木をどうしたらいいか私にはわからないけど、今は奈落を倒さなくちゃね。
よし、それじゃとっとと奈落を探そうぜ。
うん。どこに隠れても絶対に見つけてみせるから。
とうとう見つけたぜ奈落。
愚かな。わざわざ殺されに来たか。
なんだと？
ちょうどわしの新しい分身が目を覚ましたところだ。
首が
解き放たれればわしさえ殺そうとする。
なんなのこいつ。首が落ちても喋ってる。
これは奈落の供物。
供物って何なの？
泥人形で作った奈落の偽物です。
ちくしょう、ここまで来たってのに偽物かよ。
そうがっかりするんだ。この外気はお前たちなどのかなう相手ではない。わしに会わずともここで果てることに違いはないのだからな。
くそ、痛い放題言いやがって。
気をつけて。来るよ。
I'm also still surprised that the English version, for whatever reason, had Naraku refer to this thing as ogre, but in the fight, it's labeled as skeletal demon. And in the Japanese version, he doesn't say Oni or ogre at all in his dialogue, so I have no idea where the hell the English version got that from. Let's see. Not enough. I mean, that's useless. And they're too far away, so may as well. Alright, Shippo.
見ておれ。
The only thing you're good for. Oh, at this point in the game anyway.
はい。これではどうです。くらえ。
さすがじゃのう弥勒。はっ。くたばりな飛来こ。どうだ。
さすが3号。
はい。お願い当たって。当たって聞いたかな。ほらか。行くぞ。爆雷族。参ったか。はい。
Alright. I've shown that one off already. No, that's too far anyway. You would actually do a lot more damage just doing the backlash wave.
逃がしゃしねえぞ。爆雷。もらった。
行きますよ。
はい、わかりました。お願い、式神。
覚悟しなさい。よし。
Alright, respectable damage. Do I need to reapply? Okay. That's fine now.
オラをなめるな。
Kagami and Sango have their second, don't they?
はい。
This should be good. I think it's been a while since I've seen it.
交渉しやがれって。どうで。
サンゴちゃん。よし。サンゴちゃん。カゴメちゃん。よし。
Nice!
やるね、カゴメちゃん。サンゴちゃんこそ。
Kagami and Shippo. Okay.
なんとか倒せたね。
ああ、奈落には逃げられちまったかな。
どうやら奈落はここで我々と殺生丸を一気に片付けようとしていたようですが。
でもあなたが無事でよかったわ。それもみんなのおかげだよ。みんなも無事だし。うん、次こそはみんなで奈落を倒そう。
ああ、そうだな。次は必ず仕留めてやる。
でも一体奈落はどこに行ってしまったんだ。
そうですな。ここには手がかりになるようなものも何も残っていませんし。
ねえ、楓の村に帰ってみない？楓おばあちゃんなら何か知ってるかもしれないし。それに長いこと帰ってないからきっと心配してるよ。うん、そうだね。
ほう、奈落の行方とな。ここからでは気配は感じられんが、それよりみんな随分と疲れた顔をしておる。今日は泊まっていったらどうだ？休めば何か新しい手を考えつくかもしれんし。
The final day off.
おう、泊まっていくか。それではゆっくり休むがいい。
どうですか、イヌヤシャ様。今日は一日休みということになさってはいかがでしょうか。
そうね、私も賛成だわ。今日は誰と一緒に過ごしたい？
お付き合いいたしましょう。
Okay, no, this is interesting. The Japanese version doesn't show Songo here getting a little annoyed, even though it has her portrait in the bottom and an audio file. The English version does. Alright. Although that also could be a singular case of the English version fixing some part of the Japanese version.
どうしたんじゃサンゴ。ふてくされた顔をして。
Let's see. In the English version, Shippo says, "What's up, Songo? You don't look very happy." From the screenshot, Shippo apparently says, What's wrong, Songo? You look so sulky." Let's see what the text comes out with. Same result as... Well, not same result. From the text translation, Shippo apparently says, "What's wrong, Songo? You look sulky." In this case, I would prefer the English version. You don't look very happy, just for wording. But I think for the translation result, change the "you look sulky" to "you look upset" would be fine.
何言ってるの？気のせいよ。
Yeah, very weird that the Japanese version doesn't have Songo's, I want to say avatar on the screen, but the English version does. In the English version, Songo responds with, "What do you mean? It's nothing." While from the... okay. From the screenshot, Songo apparently responds with, "What are you talking about? You're out of your mind." That seems a little harsh. Let's see what the text comes up with. Okay, no, this is actually better. From the text translation, Songo instead says, "What are you talking about? You're just imagining it." It could also be you're just imagining things. Definitely a better result than what the screenshot was giving me. Both it and the English version are Songo just trying to brush it off. But I do think I prefer this translated version. So this is also going to be an interesting event for another reason. I'm curious what the case here is. Let's see here. In the English version, Miroku says, "How big and high? The sky is beautiful today." From the screenshot, Miroku says, "Spacious and tall. The sky is beautiful today." Let's see if the text gets it. Anything different. Okay. From the text translation, Miroku instead says, "It's wide and tall. The sky is beautiful today." I mean, it's not too different from the English version, just swapping out that first sentence. The sky is beautiful today is kept between them. What the hell would I go with here? Because the wording for the first sentence is honestly a little weird to me in all three versions. How big and high, like... And then the both translation results having tall instead of high feels a little weird. Wide and spacious, though, do make a little bit more sense to me because wide open sky, there's a lot of space, sure. I want to see if this can translate to anything else. Okay, Takai, which is being used for high or tall here, apparently can also mean expensive, which I definitely don't think that's the case here. If it's supposed to be expansive, okay. Let's have a look at Hiroi, the other word here. Wide, spacious, ample, vast. Okay. Wide, spacious, ample, vast. There's... Okay. Okay, now I think then, in this case... I think... I would... from the text result, instead of going with it's wide and tall, to so vast and wide. Or no, sorry, so vast and high. The sky is beautiful today. I think that works the best that I can possibly tweak a little.
そうですね。
Weird. Kaname, that kind of sounded dismissive. But it could be that she's also in awe at the wide open sky right now. In the English version, Kaname responds with, yes, it is. The screenshot translation apparently has her instead say, I agree. Let's see what the text comes up with. That's true. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Let's see. And of course, another possible translation is that so? I think this would be a case of going with something completely different, wording-wise, but that would still contextually fit, which would be, it sure is. I just think that would really work because it is agreeing with Miroku, it still fits.
そうだ。ちょっと私に付き合いませんか。
In the English version, Miroku asks, would you like to hang out with me today? From the screenshot, Miroku apparently says, yes, would you like to join me for a bit? Let's see what the text comes out with. Okay, that's actually what I was expecting. From the text translation, Miroku asks, that's right. Would you like to hang out with me for a bit? That honestly sounds a bit better than what the screenshot translation gave me. And, like, the English version isn't that different. It's just ignoring Moroku's that's right, which from the Japanese version makes it seem like he's like, oh, here's an idea. And now Kaname is actually getting a little flustered. In the English version, she reacts with, what? Really? Me? Are you sure? From the screenshot, Kaname apparently says, yeah? Is that okay? Me? Let's see what the text turns up without the screenshot stuff being in the way. Okay. That actually works a bit better. The translation for Kaname from the text instead comes out with, huh? Is that okay? With me? Probably change the with me to... Yeah, no, just get rid of the with, so it's... Huh? Is that okay? Me? Again, acting like she's all surprised that he'd invite her.
激しく勘違いしているようですが、とにかくこちらへ。
And Miroku actually being, well, not Miroku in this case. In the English version, he responds with, I think you misunderstand me. Anyway, come this way. He's probably assuming that Kaname thinks he's got something lecherous in mind. But Kaname, considering everything up to this point, she's very likely fallen for him. She's probably going like, oh, I don't know if I can help myself. From the screenshot translation, Miroku says, you seem to have completely misunderstood me. Anyway, come this way. From the text, however, it's not too different, with Miroku saying, you seem to have completely misunderstood. Anyway, come this way. Like, all of the results aren't too bad. Another possibility for the first part that I could see it going with is it seems there's a misunderstanding. In the English version, Kaname calls out, wow, this is amazing! We're flying! Let's see. From the screenshot... she instead says, wow, that's amazing! It's flying so well! From the text, she instead says, wow, that's amazing! It's flying so fast! Okay, so the English version just has Kaname being surprised that they're flying, while the Japanese version, she's surprised that either it's as fast as it is, or that it's such a smooth ride.
たまには八右衛門に息抜きさせても罰は当たらないだろうと思いましてね。
Okay, and then the English version kind of fucked up. In the English version, Miroku says it doesn't hurt to give the Hachi a rest. I don't know why they have the Hachi instead of just Hachi, but okay. From the screenshot, though, Miroku instead says, I thought it would be fine to let Hachiman have a go every once in a while. Because in the Japanese version, Hachi's full name is Hachiman. The text translation result is the exact same, so... Yeah, I don't really see where the English version got the idea of having this be to give Hachi a rest. Because it's not like Hachi was traveling with anyone. Miroku doesn't have any technique that makes use of Hachi. And the English version also has Hachi listed in the credits with his English voice actor, and yet he doesn't speak at all in this scene in the English version. So I'm curious if he speaks here, because if not, I don't know where else he appears. I legitimately have no idea.
なんだ、八右衛門さんのためだったんだ。ちょっと期待したのにな。
Okay. Now, here's another little interesting one. As the Japanese version shows, this is supposed to be Kaname's inner thoughts. But the English version decided to treat this as actual spoken dialogue. So the English version had Kaname give an actual laugh of, haha, oh, it was for Hachi. I was kind of thinking it was for me. From the screenshot translation, though, Kaname's inner thoughts, the laugh is more, she's having a bit of an embarrassed laugh, thinking that it was about her. The screenshot result does feel like it's cut off a little bit, though. Having Kaname's thoughts be, oh, it was for Hachiman-san. I was kind of hoping for that. And he just kind of feels incomplete, so let's see what the text comes with. Making sure... Okay. What? Actually, yeah, no, this actually works. Just double checking. Yeah, okay, the text translation actually works a bit better. Along with that internal embarrassed laugh, Kaname's inner thoughts according to the text translation are, oh, it was for Hachiman-san. I was kind of hoping. So, yeah, she hoped that this would have been a thing just between her and Miroku. However, if I delete the laugh and the bit about it being for Hachi, the last line translates to, I was kind of hoping for something. That's interesting. I think then I could probably take from the translation result for the instead of I was kind of hoping, or I was kind of hoping for something. Probably to... That's what I get for hoping. Actually, no. Having it be, I was kind of hoping for something. Still works, just because, again, Kaname's developed feelings for Miroku. She thought she was gonna get some alone time with Miroku. So, yeah, no. Having her think that she was hoping for something between just the two of them makes sense. Let's see. In the English version, Kaname then says, "Thank you, Hachi. I feel really good." From the screenshot translation, Kaname says, "Hachiman-san, it feels so good. Thank you." Let's back from the text. It's not that different, just instead of "it feels so good" to "this feels so good." I think in this case, though, I would reword it slightly to, "Hachiman-san, this feels so nice. Thank you." Being, it feels nice, being up in the, flying up in the sky, having the wind blowing with Miroku, like, yeah. Okay, and here's a multi-parter. In the English version, Kaname's inner thoughts are, "But to be flying in the sky with Miroku." From the screenshot translation, Kaname's inner thoughts are, "But a journey in the sky with Miroku." Let's see. Text. For the text result, so far, Kaname's inner thoughts are, "But a journey to the sky, just the two of us, Miroku-sama." Let's see. In the English version, Kaname's thoughts conclude with, "Wish we could fly like this forever." From the screenshot translation, Kaname's thoughts conclude with, "Wish I could keep flying like this forever." And adding the text at the end. Okay. The text translation result with both halves has Kaname's inner thoughts be, "But a journey to the sky, just the two of us, Miroku-sama. I wish we could keep flying like this forever." Oh, and then Kagome and Shippo. Okay.
ああ、キャンディー最後の一個になっちゃった。なんか視線を感じる。
Oh. Okay.
誰 なんだ、しっぽちゃんか。どうしたの？何じっと見てんの？
Kagome's digging through her stuff, and she only has like one piece of candy left. Shippo just happens to be nearby, so Kagome's going to baby him.
ごくり。ああ、このキャンディーね。どうぞ。よいのか。うまかった。そうじゃ、例にオラのとっておきの変化を見せよう。
Oh! Oh! No, I know this one. Oh! I don't know if I've gotten the English version of this while playing as Kaname at all, because I couldn't have gotten it as Michiru. But there's an interesting thing here.
犬夜叉。おお、しっぽちゃんうまいじゃない。
That was interestingly timed, though. Like, InuYasha was actually coming into view on screen just as Shippo disappeared. I am actually going to translate this, even though I don't have the English version to compare it to, because the English version, I at least do know what Kagome says about this. So I'm curious what the Japanese version has her say. What the hell? Okay, the second one is a little weird. Does it have all the right characters? Yeah, it does. The screenshot result is definitely a little bugged. The text result has Kagome say Shippo's cooking is great, but she's supposed to be talking about his transformation, so I think it's supposed to be Shippo, that's great.
でもそこまで寝ぼけた顔してないよ。もう少しシャキッとしてるかな。
And this is the interesting part. Because in the English version, Kagome makes a remark saying that InuYasha doesn't look that dopey. Again, the screenshot result's a little bugged, so let's see what the text result here has. Just making sure nothing looks out of... Okay, some of these are out of place, so I'm gonna have to... Oh, I am gonna have to replace quite a bit here. Alright. Let's fix this up. Here. Let's see. What the hell's missing? What character is that? Oh, found it. I think. Let's see. Get rid of these, put that there. see. Oh, what the hell is that one now? That one. Gonna double check. Yeah, okay. Okay. That here. Oh boy. Oh, that's a lot to replace. Oof. That's gotta be here. The question is, which is it? Uh-oh. Oh no, what character is that? I might have to mess around a little bit. Okay. No, I didn't need to. What is this? And can it copy? Yes, it can, kind of. Okay. Let's see. Next. Right. That one. You go here. That, sure. That. Okay. That. Okay. 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 So yeah, no, I fixed up the hiragana and katakana then. So from the text translation of both halves, Shippo or Kagome apparently says, "Huh? InuYasha? Shippo, that's great. But he doesn't look that sleepy. Maybe you should be a little more alert." So the English version saying that InuYasha looks dopey or stupid, while the Japanese version apparently is saying that InuYasha looks really sleepy. But then... I need to do this as a response, because in the English version, InuYasha asks, "Who's dopey looking?" From the screenshot, provided it's not bugged, InuYasha says, "Sorry for looking so sleepy." Let's see. From the text translation, he says, "Sorry about my sleepy face." I mean, either result would be fine. Whatever. Yeah, like, no, that is just a little interesting that, again, the English version had Kagome pretty much say that InuYasha looks stupid. Like, has a stupid-looking face. While in the Japanese version, she just insults him saying that he constantly looks sleepy.
本物。あInuYasha、かぐめはオラの変化の術は嫌いなのかの？
And Shibbo, apparently having overheard none of that, just asks if InuYasha thinks Kagome liked his transformation.
なんかよくわかんねえけど、多分な。
And then InuYasha, between InuYasha and Shibbo, just their casual back and forth. He essentially just says, at least in the English version, that Shibbo probably just needs to work on it some more.
悲しいの。
そういえば各樹とかいう旅のご老人がこの村に来ておられたな。あのお方なら方々旅をしておられるそうだから何やらご存知かも。
角獣じいちゃんが村にいるの？
各樹様とは知り合いになっておったか？
それじゃあ角獣じいちゃんを探してみるよ。
Well, Kakaju's apparently in town. But with that, we're gonna go for a quick break. And we're back. Now, let's go find Kakaju.
Oh, お前さんか、元気そうじゃな。奈落の行方とな。わしのもとには聞こえてこぬの。そうじゃの。わしが知っている話といえば、この前言った水面の村で、最近神隠しが頻繁に起こって、村の者が困っておったということくらいかの。
神隠しか。
すまんの。役に立てんで。
So, not even Kakaju is sure of where Naraku is, but has overheard something is going on in Minamo Village, where some of the people there are just being spirited away and disappearing. With no other leads, may as well check it out. Now we get into the really good shit. Right, because I loaded that save state to get the Rainbow Seed. But I do need to get the Gold Seed, so fortunately, yeah, I'm just gonna skip through this because we've seen this in the Kagome route for Mitru. We don't need to see it again. This is something specifically between Kagome, Koga, and InuYasha.
おい、野生狼。なんだと？
気にな。じゃあ教えてやる。
カゴメの。
ああ、そうだ。
なんだそれ。
とにかく。
なんでおめえが探す？
なんでだと？
俺の女。おめえみたいなバカにバカだと？おめえには悪いが、俺がおめえの鼻より何倍。てめえ、ま。
甲賀くんうっかりしてたな。よし。やってみる。乱れ打ち。聞いたかな？ほらか。行くぞ。爆雷族。くたばりな、飛来魂。よし。はい。燃え盛る炎へ。光の刃となれ。やったー。
うん。行きますよ。くらえ。よし。
せあ。往生しやがれって。もらった。ほらか。見ておれ。爆雷族。どうじゃ。見てなさい、返り討ちよ。 しねえぞ。わくれや。もらった。こんな奴ら束になっても敵じゃねえぜ。
There we go.
いいもの見つけちゃった。
Now, can we get out without running into a fight? So that would be great. Holy shit, we did! Hell yeah! Only once, or two fights. Yeah, whatever. Now, I need to get counting again. Which seeds were they again? Mm-hmm. First up is the seed, which should be this one. Yep, gold seed. And hot spring. Nice. Yep. Now to count out 30 fights. Perfect spot to do it, though. That's one. $30 to be on the safe side. Because apparently it can be anywhere between 20 and 30. I need to get rid of that one in the robe first. Thank you, Kagome. At least you're not a rough 5. target. That's a shame. And you only have the one. Alright.
見つけちゃった。倒すわよ、絶対。
Oh shit. Okay, good. I'm not taking chances here.
いいもの見つけちゃった。気をつけて、来るわよ。
なんのこれ式。
流れゆく大河よ、その恵みを与えよ。
かたじけない。
よし。往生しやがれ、鬼神決闘。行くぞ。
よし。負けないわよ。乱れ打ち。やった。
はい。行きますよ。くらえ。よし。成敗いたしましたな。
犬夜叉様。
Okay, Myoga.
なんだと。
まあへいへいぼんぼん。
So. Got it.
いいもの見つけちゃった。いいもの見つけちゃった。
And let's see. Stuff for speed.
Mata 無駄な争いを。
おし。
I need to take that thing out. Even if it goes last, I don't care. I'm not messing with these rogue ones because I know one of them can do instant death. That's not an issue right now, but it's still a pain to deal with.
もらった。
Probably could have just let InuYasha take that hit. Or pass his turn. So Miroku could just clean everything up. Yeah, I wasted energy for nothing. Damn it.
行きますよ。風間。成敗いたしましたな。
いいもの見つけちゃった。
Just for the sake of it. Alright, we're gonna be here a bit.
やっと人のいるところに着いたね。
So, fairly similar start between Mitra and Kaname. In the English version, Kaname says, "Finally, we've made it back to civilization." From the screenshot, Kaname instead says, "We finally reached a place where people are." Again, implying that either it's been quite a while between Kasasaki Town and reaching Minamo, or, assuming they didn't pass through Kasasagi Town, quite some time has passed between Kaede's village and Minamo village. From the text, Kaname, yeah, same result. Phew, finally reached a place where people are.
ほら、腹が減ったな。
I think I could go with rewording that too. We finally reached a place with people. In the English version, Shippo says, "I'm starving." From the screenshot translation, Shippo says, "Oh, I'm so hungry." But from the text, Shippo says, "Yeah, I'm so hungry."
久々に布団で寝られそうだ。
From Songo, in the English version, she says, "Looks like we'll be able to sleep in a bed for the first time in ages." Again, implying that either it's been quite some time since they left Kasasagi Town, provided they stayed the night in Kasasagi Town, or if they didn't, it's been quite some time since they left Kaede's village. Which, yeah, aside from the one bit with Suzumi Village, the game is really vague about the passage of time. From the screenshot, Songo says, "It looks like I'll be able to sleep on a futon for the first time in a while." I think that could be we'll sleep on a futon instead of I'll. Because talk about the whole group, but yeah. And the text result is the same as the screenshot. So again, it's been some time.
別に地べただって寝られんじゃねえかよ。
In the English version, InuYasha responds with, "A bed? What's wrong with sleeping on the ground?" From the screenshots, the result is a little weird, with InuYasha apparently saying futon. I can't sleep on the ground anyway. I think it should be futon. You can sleep on the ground, though. The text translation result is a little weird. Let's see if anything got missed. Doesn't look like it. No, okay. One moment. Sorry about that. So according to the screenshot, or from the text translation, InuYasha says futon. I can't sleep on the floor. I think it should be you can sleep on the ground. So again, going with the screenshot, or rewording the screenshot, you can sleep on the ground though.
What? 何言ってるのよ。
In the English version, Kagome responds with, "Come on, you can't be serious." From the screenshot, she instead says, "Huh? What are you talking about?" But it is a two-parter, so let's grab the other half. From the text results, so far, Kagome instead says, what are you talking about?
お布団がいいに決まってるじゃない。
In the English version, Kagome then says, a bed's way better. From the screenshot, Kagome says, of course a futon would be good. And then let's grab the text. Make sure there's nothing wrong. Kind of, but I can easily take care of that. Other than that, okay. With both halves, Kagome apparently says, huh? What are you talking about? Of course I'd like a futon. I don't know, I think in that case I'd go with the screenshots. Of course a futon would be better. From the English version, Kaname says, exactly. Tonight we can sleep without worrying about bugs or snakes. From the screenshot result, Kaname apparently responds with, yes. Tonight I can sleep without worrying about bugs or snakes. Let's see what the text comes out with. Oh, that's a much better result than I was hoping for. The only difference is the first part, but from the text translation, Kaname says, that's right, in agreement with Kagome, and then, tonight I can sleep without worrying about bugs or snakes.
泊まるかどうかはともかく、風呂はいいですな。
Oh. Went a little too far ahead there. Come on now. In the English version, Miroku says, it's still up in the air whether or not we'll stay the night, but I like the thought of having a bath. From the screenshot, Miroku says, whether we stay or night, a bath would be nice. Much shorter, much more to the point, honestly, compared to the English version. From the text. Making sure nothing's out of place. Okay. Yeah, no, text result is the same as the screenshot from Miroku. Whether we stay or not, a bath would be nice.
おめえら奈落のこと忘れてんじゃねえだろうな。宿なんか寄ってる暇ねえんだぞ。
From the English version, InuYasha says, I hope you guys aren't forgetting about Naraku. We don't have time to stay in an inn. From the screenshot, InuYasha says, you guys haven't forgotten about Naraku, have you? We don't have time to stay at an inn. Ah, that's honestly not too different from the English version, just rewording the first sentence. And the text result is the same as the screenshot result.
風呂？湯の風呂か？髪が洗えるのは嬉しいね。
In the English version, Songo says, a bath, not a cold water bath, but a real hot bath. Which honestly I did think was a little weird that Kagome and Songo both had the exact same line here in the English version, so and I'm pretty sure it's the same in the Japanese version, so okay, that that result came out weird. But I see some text issues, so let's have a look-see. Let's see, I need... No, I need katakana for that. Wait, is it? Yeah, okay. Let's look for that. Where is that? Uh-oh. What the hell is that? Oh boy. Where the hell? No, that's not it. I think that's it. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. I need to see what this is. Puro should be bath, so okay. Okay, so that's what's messing up here. Got it. So fixing the some of the characters and figuring out what the hell one of the things was coming out as. Sango is saying, a bath. A nice hot bath. It'll be nice to be able to wash my hair.
そうだよね。これでシャンプーとかリンスがあれば最高なんだけどな。
And in the English version here, Kaname says, this would be totally perfect if we had shampoo and conditioner and stuff. From the screenshot. So, a little interesting that in the English version, Sango doesn't mention washing her hair, but she does in the Japanese version. From the screenshot translation, Kaname responds with, ah, that's right. It'd be great if this came with shampoo and conditioner. I'll see if that can be messed with. But from the Japanese version, it then makes sense for Kaname to lead with, ah, that's right, because she's agreeing with Sango about washing her hair. Since the English version doesn't have Kagome, and doesn't have Sango mention washing her hair, it's just something that Kaname goes into. Let's see here. Let's copy this. And see if anything's out of place. Okay. The text translation came out a little better than the screenshot translation, with Kaname saying, ah, that's true. It'd be great if they had shampoo and conditioner. Yeah, no, as a follow-up to Sango mentioning that it would be nice to wash her hair, yeah, the text translation result here is a lot better than the screenshot result.
シャンプー？不思議な匂いのするあれか？私はやめておくよ。
Let's see, in the English version, Sango says, shampoo? You mean that odd-smelling lotion? I'd rather stay away from it. From the screenshot translation, though, she says, shampoo? It has a strange smell, that one. I'll pass. Okay, let's see if the text has anything different. Okay, it's not too different. According to the text result, Sango says, shampoo? That stuff with a strange smell. I'll pass. I do think I'd go with the text translation result in this case over the screenshot result.
どうして？
In the English version, Kaname questions, how come? I get the feeling the result from here is going to be, why is that? I mean, close enough. The screenshot translation has Kaname asking, why? I still think why is that is a pretty fine result to go with. Even the text result has Kaname's result be why, but yeah, no, what why is that works just fine.
私の髪なんて石鹸で十分だよ。
In the English version, Sango says, soap's good enough for my hair. From the screenshot result, Sango says, my hair is good enough with soap. I mean, that's not too different. The wording is slightly different, but... I mean, it's the same thing, basically. And, yeah, the text result says the same thing.
でもサンゴちゃんの髪の毛石鹸だけで洗ってるなんて嘘みたいに綺麗。
In the English version, Kaname remarks, "Your hair is so gorgeous, Sango. It's hard to believe you wash it with soap." From the screenshot, Kaname apparently says, "But Sango's hair is so clean, it's hard to believe she only washes it with soap." I feel like in this case it should be, "But your hair is so clean, it's hard to believe you only wash it with soap." Let's see. The text result isn't too different. Coming out as, "But Sango's hair is so clean, it's unbelievable that she only washes it with soap." Again, considering that Kaname is supposed to be speaking to Sango, the result could very easily be changed to, "But your hair is so clean, it's unbelievable that you only wash it with soap." I think in this case, like, with those changes in mind, I would take the screenshot result over the text result. The English version isn't too bad. But I do think I'd go with the screenshot translation instead.
そうかな。
In the English version, Sango gets a little embarrassed, saying, "You think so?" From the screenshot, the translation for Sango comes out as, "Really?" From the text result... Okay. The text result gives two choices. Either, I wonder, or, "Is that so?" Honestly, I think any of those results work perfectly fine. Because it's Sango questioning that she actually looks that she actually has any beauty to her when someone else compliments her. But like, she gets embarrassed when someone else compliments her. That isn't Miroku, because Miroku's a very weird case with her. Miroku is a thing. We'll just say. Yeah. Speaking of Miroku,
そのシャンプーというものはそんなに髪が綺麗になるのですか?
In the English version, Miroku says, "Does that shampoo stuff really make your hair beautiful?" From the screenshot, Miroku instead asks, "Does this shampoo really make hair that beautiful?" I mean, again, wording isn't too... Wording-wise, it's a little different, but... I mean, he's pretty much asking the same question. And the text result is the same as the screenshot result.
弥勒様も使いたいんですか?
The English version is a little weird with this. From the text, it makes it seem like Kaname's asking, "Why do you want to try it? But from the way she says it, it comes out more as, why? Do you want to try it? From the screenshot, though, the translation for Kaname comes out as, do you want to use it too, Miroku-sama? So, fitting a bit more in line with how Kaname asked the question in the English version of, why? Do you want to try it? From the text result, though... Kaname, Kaname asked the exact same thing as the screenshot result. Do you want to use it too, Miroku-sama?
興味がないと言えば嘘になりますが。
And this is a multi-parter. And I feel like this is supposed to essentially be Miroku's equivalent of when Kagome says that InuYasha doesn't listen, but Mitru is always there when she needs someone. Which was like a 3 or 4-parter. In the English version, Miroku starts saying, if I said I wasn't interested, I'd be lying. From the screenshot translation, Miroku says, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested. Worded a little differently, but it's the same response as the English version. So let's grab the text, because, oh boy, we are going to need that. Let's see. Yeah, so far the text result also comes out as, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested.
女子が綺麗になるのは嬉しいじゃありませんか。
And in the English version, he says, it's nice to see girls primping themselves. Let's see. From the screenshot, Miroku instead says, isn't it nice to see a woman become beautiful? Okay. I mean, the English version decided to use a somewhat fancy word, but means the same thing, basically. Let's see. What's the thing? And with both, with both halves of Miroku's dialogue, the text result for him comes out as, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested. Isn't it nice to see a woman become beautiful? Which, honestly, it didn't even change anything. It's still the two halves as they were. Oh, wait, no, never mind. That conversation was the equivalent of Mitra and Kagome being pointed out how well they get along. English version, Mitra saying, no, we just come from the same era, so we have a lot in common. While in the Japanese version, he says, we're from the same time, so it's just really, so talking with Kagome is just really comfortable. So where is the equivalent? In the English version, InuYasha says, there you go, being pretentious again. from the screenshot, InuYasha apparently instead says, ugh, he's saying something pretentious again. I mean, the use of pretentious is consistent between both, so sure. Let's see, from the text result, InuYasha instead says, ugh, he's saying all those pretentious things again. In this case, I would go with the screenshot result of Miroku saying something pretentious again. Let's see. Okay, Miroku, what the hell do you say here? Because in the English version, Miroku says, a beautiful girl is better than one that isn't, wouldn't you say? Which, Miroku, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, my guy. That is something you need to learn. At least the translation is a bit better. The English version actually really dropped the ball there. From the screenshot, Miroku instead says, a beautiful woman is better than nothing. Definitely better wording than a beautiful girl is better than one that isn't. Because this case is, a beautiful girl is better than no girl at all. And the text result from Miroku is the same as the screenshot. About a beautiful woman is better than nothing. I don't even need to translate that. That's Songo getting on Miroku's ass. Because it isn't that Miroku is specifically calling Songo beautiful. He's very much generalizing. Okay. What the hell is this? In the English version, Miroku tries to defend himself with, I'm just saying, if you're only looking... Which, again, Miroku. And then this is where the Japanese version kinda seems to slip to the English versions. A beautiful woman is better than one that isn't. Because according to the screenshot translation, Miroku says, well, I'm just saying, if you're going to see a woman anyway, then... from the text results, Miroku instead says, well, I'm just saying, if you're going to see a woman anyway, then why not? I actually don't know which one I prefer in this case of the two translation results. Like, yes, they are coming out the exact same. The only difference is the screenshot translation is having Miroku trail off at the end with, if you're going to see a woman anyway, then... While the text translation is having Miroku end with, then why not? I guess in that case, like, kind of pick your poison in regards to Miroku. Yeah, there we go. This was the equivalent of Kagome mentioning, InuYasha never listens to me, but Mitru is always there when I need him. Or when I need someone. And Mitru's heart skips a beat in response. So, yeah, Kaname, at this point, has completely fallen for Miroku. In the English version, she's, her thoughts are, weird. My heart skipped a beat. That's an interesting translation result. From the screenshot, Kaname's inner thoughts instead are, huh? What? Even though Doki is the onomatopoeia for a heart beating. But since Kaname is supposed to be confused, translating it instead to what? Actually is fine. Otherwise, even though it's not Kokoro, I would be fine with it being, huh? My heart? The text result kind of fumbles it though, having it come out as, huh? Surprise? So, yeah, I think either, for the translation result, definitely either the screenshot result of, huh? What? Or, huh? My heart? Would be perfectly fine.
どうした？顔が赤いぞ。
Let's see. In the English version, Shippo says, "What's the matter? How come you're blushing?" From the screenshot result, Shippo instead asks, "What's wrong? Your face is red." I think I rearranged that a little, so let's see what the text result comes out to. Okay, the text result actually isn't bad. The text result has Shippo ask, "What's wrong, Kaname? Your face is red." The other way I would have gone with it is, "Your face is red, Kaname. What's wrong?"
そんなことないよ。
From the English version, Kaname deflects with, "It's nothing. Forget it." While the screenshot instead has Kaname react with, "Oh, that's not true." In which case, the text result from Shippo being, "What's wrong, Kaname? Your face is red," would be a better bridging between the two, or like a better lead-in for Kaname's response, rather than, "Your face is red, Kaname. What's wrong?" Though in that case, having the English version of, "It's nothing, forget it," would work. From the text result, Kaname's response is, "That's not true." Which, same as the screenshot result, just changing out "oh" for So, I think it could either be, "Oh, that's not true," or "Huh? That's not true."
ね、早く宿探しましょう。
Let's see here. In the English version, Kagome interrupts with, "Come on, let's hurry and find an inn." From the screenshot result, though, Kagome instead says, "Hey, let's hurry up and find a place to stay." From the text result, Kagome instead says, the same thing as the screenshot result. Hey, let's hurry up and find a place to stay. I don't even need to translate that. That's just Kaname being brought back out of her distraction and nodding in agreement. The English version instead had her go, yeah, sure. But I think that is a good spot to take another quick break. And we're back. Sorry about that. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's see. There we go. I don't know why. I find his voice in the Japanese version to be really funny. In the English version, the old man calls out, "Oh my, women! And young ones too!" If you're playing as Michiru, he instead says, "Oh my, men! And young ones too!" Let's see. Oh. From the... okay. From the screenshot result, he instead cries out, "Oh, a girl! She's a young girl!" Let's see what the text result gives. Okay. I just need to... Make one adjustment. 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, that doesn't really change the result, but yeah. From the text result, he cries out, "Oh, it's a girl! A young girl!"
そんなに感動されるとなんだか怖いんですけど。
In the English version, Kaname reacts with, "Your enthusiasm's kind of creeping me out." From the screenshot result, though, Kaname's reaction is, "It's kind of scary when you're so moved." But let's see what the text result comes out with. Just make sure nothing looks wrong. Okay. Okay. The text result is worded a little better, with Kaname saying, "When you're so moved, it's kind of scary." Huh. Like, I get the meaning here. I think... I'd borrow a little from the English version and have it be... "Your enthusiasm's a little scary."
最近この村じゃ若い娘が次々と神隠しにあっとるんじゃ。おかげで周りはばあさんだらけよ。
And of course, if you're playing as Michiru, he instead says, like, the The young men in our village have been spirited away. Nothing but old cronies. In the English version, or if playing as Kaname in the English version, he instead says, the young women in our village have been spirited away lately. Nothing but old hags around here now. Which, how dare you disrespect the hag? From the English, from the screenshot. Okay, I do need to tweak it a little because it came out weird, but from the screenshot result, Sakujiro here is saying, recently in this village, the young girls are being spirited away one after another. Thanks to that, there's a lot of old ladies around. Let's see here. From the text result, the text result is actually a lot better, with Sakujiro apparently saying, recently, young girls in this village have been spirited away one after another. As a result, there are so many old ladies around.
何ですと? それでは私は何を見て歩けばよいというのですか?
God damn it, Miroku! In the English version, Miroku reacts with, I beg your pardon? Then what am I supposed to look at while I walk through your village? From the screenshot, Miroku says, apparently, what is it? So what should I look at when I walk around? I don't think so what is it? Should be the start of that? I think it should be, what was that? And then, so what am I supposed to look at when I walk around? Let's see what the text comes out with. Okay. The text result comes out pretty much identical to the screenshot result, so I do think a better result would be, what was that? So then what am I supposed to look at while walking around? I don't even need to throw it in the translation. In the English version, Sango just gives a very annoyed Miroku, which, yeah, Japanese version, Sango's doing similar with an annoyed Hoshi-sama.
Hoshi-sama?
And even Kaname is joining in, because they're like, hello?
Hi?
I don't even need to throw that in the translator either, because it's just Miroku going like, yes? What? Like, why are you getting so upset? I love that groan in Japanese Kaname's voice. She's just like so annoyed, just going like, oh, why am I even bothering? But in the English version, Kaname just says, nothing. I really am loving the detail on the Japanese voices, though. It's so good. From the screenshot result, Kaname's response is, it's nothing. I really am just falling in love with the Japanese version of this game so much. Like, holy shit. At this point, the only reason to play the English game is if you have the nostalgia for the English voice cast. And even then, I feel like that's not enough for the English version because the voice directing in it is so bad that the English voice cast essentially has to carry the game on their back, but that just doesn't help enough. And even then, in regards to English voice cast, it's largely just for those reprising their roles. Oh, hold on. In the English version, the old man Sakajiro then says, and the young men have been disappearing too. If you're playing as Mitru, he says the young women's have been disappearing too. From the screenshot result for Kaname's playthrough, the screenshot result is broken. So let's see what the text result comes out with. Okay, the text result is also broken. So, I guess I just need to try and contextualize this. From the screenshot result, Sakajiro is saying also a young man, he's gone. While from the text result, he is saying, by the way, he's gone. Just checking to make sure none of the characters are missing or replaced. Looks fine. So, with the screenshot result honestly being the closest I can go off of, the most likely translation from Sakajiro is, also the young men have been disappearing.
それはどうでもいいことですな。
Of course, if you're playing as Mitru, since he starts with since Sakajiro starts with, all of the old men have been all of the young men have been disappearing, Miroku's just like, that's not our problem. But then when Sakajiro says, the young women have been disappearing as well, Miroku then says, now that is an issue. For Kaname in the English version, when Sakajiro says the young men have also been disappearing, Miroku responds with, who cares about that? While from the screenshot results, Miroku's response is, that's not important. I mean, that is definitely Miroku, because goddamn, Rumiko Takahashi sucks at writing. From the text result, Miroku's response is, that doesn't matter. So, honestly, any of these three results are fine, really, because it's just Miroku being completely dismissive. And then Kaname, again, is just berating Miroku.
Hi.
Songo doesn't, though. In the English version, Miroku just responds with, yes. And from the Japanese version, he just says, hi. So it just, again, he's pretty much just being dismissively like, yes, what? Just Double checking. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, it's just... Yes, what? Pretty much.
なんでもないです。
And again, like, Kaname is just so annoyed with this. In the English version, she just goes, nothing. But again, you're gonna hear that groan of annoyance, like, ah. It's so from the screenshot, she's just like, it's nothing. Text result is the same. Let's see. Yeah.
宿だって？オラは宿なんかに泊まったことがないからわからねえな。
In the English version, this man says, an inn? I've never stayed in one personally, so I wouldn't know. From the screenshot result, he says, an inn? I've never stayed in an inn, so I don't know. Let's go to text. Everything looks right. Good. From the text result, he instead says, you mean an inn? I've never stayed in an inn, so I don't know. Also, interestingly, in the English version, they translated his name to Hachibe, but from the translator, both from the screenshot and text, his name is Seihachi. Just interesting. I mean, the text result and the screenshot result are pretty much identical. The only difference being the text just adds "you mean" to the start. I think I'd rather go with the screenshot result because if the idea is that the group is asking if he knows where they can find an inn, then he would respond with an inn. I've never stayed at one, so I have no idea.
この村には何にもないみたいじゃし、次の村に行くか。
Let's see. From the English version, Shippo says, the village doesn't have anything to offer us. Let's move along to the next village. From the screenshot result, Shippo says, there doesn't seem to be anything in this village. Should we go to the next one? Which, honestly, yeah, I'd take that result. Let's see what the text result has. Okay, the text result is something of a mix between the English version and the screenshot result. But Shippo apparently saying, it seems like there's nothing in this village. Shall we go to the next one? Which honestly isn't too bad. My issue with the English version in this case is Shippo saying village twice. Even if they're separate sentences, it's like, yeah, sure. So either the screenshot results of there doesn't seem to be anything in this village, should we go to the next one? Or it seems like there's nothing in this village, shall we go to the next one? Personally, though, I would probably go with the text result, with the text translation results.
奈落のことが気になるし、そうしましょうか。
Let's see. Nope. There we go. In the English version, Kagome speaks up with, "I'm concerned about Naraku, so that's probably a good idea." Which, interesting that it gets brought up now when InuYasha brought that up earlier and everyone just kind of brushed him off. From the screenshot result, Kagome says, "I'm worried about Naraku, so should we do that?" Let's check the text result, which comes out the same as the screenshot result. So let's see. Between the English versions, "I'm concerned about Naraku, so that's probably a good idea." And the translations, "I'm worried about Naraku, so should we do that?" Honestly, I'm not really seeing a difference between them. Aside from the English version, Kagome is essentially agreeing with Shippo to, like, head out to the next village, while the translation is more Kagome trying to push the suggestion.
じゃあ行くぞ。
In the English version, InuYasha says, "Alright, then let's get going, shall we?" While from the screenshot result, InuYasha says, "Well, let's go." I mean, another possible result I could take is, "Let's go then," or "Let's get going then." Let's see what the text result has. The text result is pretty close to what I was going for, with InuYasha apparently saying, "Then let's go." So hey, sure. Interesting. Japanese version, no audio from Songo, even though her portrait's at the bottom. In the English version, though, they did kind of give her, like, a slight... well, considering what this is about, they had her, like, give a heavy exhale.
いや、宿を探しましょう。
In the English version, Miroku says, "No, let's look for an inn." From the screenshot, Miroku says, "No, let's find a place to stay." Which, honestly, does work a bit better than the English version specifying "let's look for an inn," because then "let's find a place to stay" is, let's just find some shelter that will let us stay the night, because the text result is the same as the screenshot result for Miroku here.
なんだよ。まさかおめえまで疲れたとか言うんじゃねえだろうな。
From the English version, InuYasha excuse me, questions, "What? You're not saying you're tired, are you?" While from the screenshot result, InuYasha questions, "What? You're not gonna say you're tired too, are you? Honestly, considering InuYasha started with Nandato instead of Nani, I think it would be better to start it with, what was that? Or what's that? Okay. The text result is actually a little bit better. Just in regards to the start. Because, from the text result, InuYasha is asking, what's going on? You're not going to say you're tired too, are you? Excuse me.
別にそれでもいいのだが、どうやらサンゴは熱があるようなのだ。
In the English version, Miroku responds with, that really doesn't matter, but Sango has a fever. From the screenshot result, Miroku instead says, that's fine, but it seems like Sango has a fever. I don't know if I'd go with Miroku starting with that's fine to lead into this off of InuYasha's question. But that seems to be the case with the text translation result. Considering it starts with the Japanese bet ni, I think instead of that's fine, it should be that's not it. Or you're wrong, but I do think it would make a lot more sense for the result to be that's not it, but it seems like Sango has a fever. Which, different from InuYasha's, which was that InuYasha was trying to hide an injury. But in everyone else's case, they just get sick. Or at least I know Sango and Kagome do. I don't actually remember about Miroku. From the English version, Sango tries to ignore it, saying, who, me? No, I don't. From the screenshot result, Sango instead says, huh? Me? That's not the case, though. Let's see what the text result comes out with. Okay. That's honestly a little better. From the text result, Sango instead says, huh? Me? Not really.
いつものお前より顔色が悪い。
And another case of the English version dropping the ball a little. Miroku apparently says, the skin tone is different than usual. I think it should be your skin tone, but we'll see. From the screenshot result, Miroku says, you look paler than usual. But this also is a multi-parter, so let's see what the text ends up coming out as. So far, from the text results, same thing as the screenshot. Miroku saying, you look paler than usual.
どれ見せてごらん。やはり熱っぽいではないか。
Let's see here. In the English version, Miroku then says, "Let me see. You are a little feverish." While from the screenshot result, it's a little weird with Miroku apparently saying, "Which one? Let me see. Still feels like a fever, doesn't it?" Let's grab the text and see what that comes out with. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Then from both halves of the text, Miroku's translation comes out as, "You look paler than usual." Sorry. "You look paler than usual. Let me see. You do look feverish, don't you?" So, not sure if that was the intent, but it makes it seem like the English version with Miroku's "let me see, you are a little feverish," implying that he put his hand to Sango's head to feel if she has a fever. While the translation gives the sense that from Miroku's "you look paler than usual" was him making an at-a-glance observation, then his "let me see," which I could even I'd be fine with extending to "let me have a look," and then having it end with "you do look feverish, don't you?" is because he leans in for a better look and is actually seeing signs of a fever on Sango's face. So then it changes the context of the English version, where Miroku is having physical contact with Sango, versus the Japanese version, Miroku is in very close proximity to Sango. From the English version, Kaname's inner thoughts are, "I didn't even notice." While from the screenshot, Kaname's inner thoughts apparently are, "I didn't notice at all." Let's see. Grab the text. From the text result, I'm getting a couple different options. The first one is, "I didn't notice at all," which matches the screenshot result. But the other one that it gave was, "I had no idea." In the English version, Kaname's inner thoughts continue with, "But Miroku could tell." From the screenshot results, Kaname's inner thoughts continue with, "But Miroku-sama knows." I think in that case it should be, "But Miroku-sama knew." Let's grab the text. And with both halves, Kaname's inner thoughts come out as, I never noticed it, but Miroku-sama knew.
これくらい大したことないよ。
In the English version, Sango tries to shrug it off, saying, It's nothing, seriously. Don't worry about it. While from the screenshot result, Sango just says, This is no big deal. From the text result, interesting result. The text result apparently has Sango saying, I never wanted to do anything like this. If I remove her name as the person saying it, it instead changed to, I never wanted to do this much. So I do think I would go with the screenshot result instead of the text result in this case, but I think I'd expand it a little to, it isn't that big a deal. Or it isn't such a big deal.
今無理をするよりも早く直す方が良いだろう。さあ、荷物を貸しなさい。
In the English version, Miroku then says, Don't be silly. Quit pushing yourself so hard and put down that load. Yeah, okay. Interesting wording choice. From the screenshot result, Miroku instead says, It's better to fix it quickly than to push yourself too hard now. Come on, let me borrow your luggage. I think, I would change the let me borrow your luggage to let me take your things. Let's see what the text result comes out to. From the text result, Miroku says, rather than pushing yourself too hard right now, it's better to fix it quickly. Come on, lend me your luggage. Again, I swapped that to lend me your things. But I think in this case, for the translation result, I would go with, rather than pushing yourself too hard right now, it's better to fix it quickly. Or tend to it quickly. And then have it end on, come now, let me take your things. Just because, wording-wise, that does feel a bit more Miroku. To me, at least.
ありがとう、星様。
I don't even need to translate that. That's Sango saying, Thank you, monk. In the English version, though, she says, Thank you, Miroku.
なんだろう。弥勒様がサンゴちゃんに優しいの嫌だ。
In the English version, Kaname's inner thoughts are, why is it that it bothers me when Miroku is being nice to Sango? From the screenshot result, Kaname's inner thoughts are, I wonder, Miroku-sama is kind to Sango-chan. It doesn't translate the last bit, but it did sound like she was saying yada, which usually is something along the lines of I don't like it. But since she trails off here, I think I think it'd be fine for Kaname to trail off with, I don't. But we'll see if grabbing the text does anything. See, making sure nothing looks out of place. Okay. From the text result. Weird, it didn't grab the last parts. So let's try. Bring them in ourselves. Huh. No, it's not letting me paste it. Because it's apparently acting like there's nothing there. So let's see. Grab you. Grab you. Oh! Oh! That changes things! Oh, shit! Oh, okay. Okay, one moment. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Woo! Okay! So, adding the last 2 bits at the end there, that apparently the screenshot wasn't picking up, and that trying to copy and paste the text was just not detecting. Kaname's inner thoughts instead are, I don't know. I hate how Miroku is so kind to Sango. Oh, no, hold on. I think this fixed it. Oh, I think I fixed it. There we go. Okay. I just needed some realigning. So after realigning it now, the text result for Kaname's inner thoughts are, I wonder, Miroku-sama is so kind to Sango-chan. I hate it. Woo! So actually expressing hate. Interesting. Considering it's been like almost a year, I don't remember if Mitru had that specifically in his inner thoughts here as well in regards to Kagome and InuYasha. And of course, it would also be the case for Sango and Miroku. In which case, Kaname would have this similar thought in regards to Kagome and InuYasha as well. But also, in Kagome's romance route as Mitru, when Kagome pretty much orders InuYasha to let her carry his things, even though he doesn't really have anything, just the Tetsaiga, which he can carry just fine, Mitru steps in and says that he'll carry it instead. But Kaname doesn't even offer to help take Sango's stuff. Huh. But I think that's a good spot for us to take another quick break. And we're back. Let's see. Oops. Come on now.
新吉さん、ついてこなくても大丈夫だよ。すぐそこまで行くだけなんだから。
In the English version, the girl, Tane, says, Shinkichi, you don't need to come with me. It's not far from here at all. From the screenshot, Tane says, Shinkichi-san, it's okay if you don't come with me. I'm just going to get there soon. I feel like that could be reworded, so let's see what the text has first. From the text result, it's not too different, with her saying, Shinkichi-chan, it's okay if you don't come with me. I'm just going there. So the first part is definitely fine. Although I would be alright with it being, Shinkichi-chan, you don't have to come with me. But then changing the I'm just going there from the text result, or I'm just going to get there soon from the screenshot result to either the English versions, it's not that far from here, or I'm not going far, would probably be the better way to go in my opinion. In the English version, Shinkichi reacts with, "You're not serious!" But there is a multi-parter, so... From the screenshot result, Shinkichi starts with, "What are you talking about?" Okay. That's a good start. Let's see what the text result has. Same result. Okay. Let's keep going. In the English version, he continues with, "I couldn't face life if you were spirited away, Tane." If going off of the English version, I would probably take the translation here as, if you were spirited away, Otane-chan, I couldn't live with myself. Let's see. From the screenshot, Shinkichi says, "Otane-chan, if you get spirited away, and then it breaks. Okay, let's check the text result. Let's see. Okay, that's better. From the text result, Shinkichi, for both half of Shinkichi's dialogue, he's saying, "What are you talking about? If Otane-chan gets spirited away, I wouldn't survive." Yeah, I do think I'd go with a rewording of, If you got spirited away, Otani-chan, I couldn't live with myself.
私だって新吉さんがいなくなったら生きてけない。
Let's see. From the English version, Tane responds with, I couldn't face the day either if something happened to you, Shinkichi. From the screenshot, from the screenshot, apparently, Tane is saying, even I can't live without Shinkichi-san. Okay, let's throw that into the text and see what happens. Same result. Alright then. I think then it may as well could be, even I couldn't live without you, Shinkichi-san.
おたねちゃん、ずーっと一緒だぜ。
In the English version, Shinki... Right, no, the English version called him Sinkichi. God damn it. In the English version, or, sorry, in the English version, Shinkichi says, we'll always be together, Tane. From the screenshot, though, Shinkichi says, Otani-chan, we'll be together forever. Okay. I don't think the text result will be too different in this case. Yeah, no, same result as the screenshot. Alright.
いいな。好きな人とあんな風に過ごせたら楽しいだろうな。
Alright, multi-parter here. In the English version, Kaname starts her thoughts with, I'm so envious. Must be nice spending time like that with someone who loves you. From the screenshot, Kaname's inner thoughts start with, how nice. It'd be so fun to spend time like that with someone I love. Let's see, from the text results. The text result is the same as the screenshot result. Alright, let's see what the next part has.
私だったら。
Ah, and there's there's a third part to it too. Alright. In the English version, Kaname continues with, if it were me. From the screenshot result, Kaname's thoughts continue with, if it were me. Alright. Context. Add it to the end. No change so far.
で、そんなこと考えてもしょうがないじゃない。
In the English version, Kaname ends her thoughts with, I don't have time to be thinking about stuff like that. That sound effect at the start, though, in the Japanese version, is definitely her catching where her thoughts are going and going like, oh no! The screenshot result apparently translated as, But there's no point in thinking about that. Let's see what adding it to the text does. Wow. Okay. Yeah, no, still no difference between them. So, from start to finish, from the text translation, Kaname's inner thoughts are, how nice. It'd be so fun to spend time like that with someone I love. If it were me. But there's no point in thinking about that. In the English version, Shippo asks, what's with the strange expression? Which, I don't know, feels like a little much. Let's see what the translations are. From the screenshot translation, Shippo asks, you've got a funny look on your face. What's wrong? Honestly, I could take that. Otherwise, I could probably change it to, what's with the strange look on your face? And the text result fucking reads my mind. Again, because it's pretty damn close, with Shippo apparently saying, you've got a weird look on your face. What's wrong? Which, again, could also be reworded to, what's with the weird look on your face? Oh yeah, that's definitely stuttering. In the English version, Kaname reacts with, what? It's nothing, forget it. From the screenshot result, Kaname's reaction is, it's nothing special. Let's grab the text. From the text results, it's a much shorter, it's nothing. Which I think would be a better result, comparatively.
宿を探してる？実はうち宿屋なんですがね。
In the English version, the old man here says, you're looking for an inn? Well, I actually run an inn. Considering there was a villager here who had no idea what an inn was. Or where one was located, like, what? From the screenshot, though, the translation is actually, is a little bit better, I'd say. It still makes it a little weird, but whatever. So from the screenshot translation, the old man Shinsuke says, are you looking for a place to stay? You know, actually, our house is an inn. Let's grab the text there. Okay. A little weird, but we can work with that. We can work with that. There. That. Full stop. Okay. So far. So far, from the text translation results, he instead says, "Are you looking for a place to stay?" Actually, my house is an inn.
母ちゃん、うちに泊まりたいっていう人が来ちまってんだけど。
And then in the English version, he calls out, "Honey, there are guests here who need a room." From the screenshot result, the other half of Shinsuke's translation is "Mother is wait." Okay, no, that's a little weird. Let's got the text. Make sure everything looks fine. Looks all right. Okay, let's add that. Okay. So he does call out Ka-chan, but that's kind of a usual thing in Japan. A husband and wife will refer to each other as Ka-chan or To-chan. Or To-san. Just mother and father. So, could, but, actually, I don't think we know if they have kids. But I actually wouldn't be against taking the English version's honey. Let's see. But then, so yeah, for the last part, change it to, "Honey, some guests have arrived who need a room to stay." I don't know about the question mark in for the Japanese text though. Actually, no. I think I know what I could change it to. "Honey, do we have any rooms for guests who need to stay, who are looking to stay?" I could probably go with that instead. Granted, it is possible that the question mark isn't necessary in the translation because there have been cases of such punctuations being completely ignored in the translator and in the translation, and even in the official translations, and some cases where the translation results just add them. I don't know.
お客様だって？何うろたえてんだい？さっさと中へお通ししな。
Let's see here. From the English version, the woman Otomi says, "Guests, get yourself together and invite them in." From the screenshot result, she says, "Guests, what are you panicking for? Let them in quickly." I'd say hurry and let them in. Let's grab the text here. That punctuation again. Stop. Okay. So far from the text result, Otomi is saying, "Guess? Why are you panicking? Just let them in." Or, yeah, just let them in.
すいませんね。何せお客様なんか久しぶりなもんでしてね。
In the English version, she concludes with, "You'll have to forgive us. It's been a long time since we've had guests." From the screenshot, this stream might go on a little bit longer because I do want to cover all of at least the first part of Minamo Village. From the screenshot, Otomi says, "Forgive us. It's been a while since we've had customers. Or since we've had guests. I guess in this case, because Japanese culture when it comes to like when it comes to customers, the customer is king, basically. If anyone's played Yakuza 0 and did the first chapter of Majima, yeah. So using guests would make a bit more sense in this regard for an inn. So with both halves for Otomi, the translation comes out to, "Guests? Why are you panicking? Just let them in. Sorry, it's been a while since we've had guests."
じゃあ皆さんで泊まってもらえる大部屋を用意しますんでね。
In the English version, Shinsuke says, "I'll prepare a large room so you can all stay together." From the screenshot, Shinsuke says, "Then I'll prepare a large room for you all to stay in." I don't think the text result will be too different. It actually is kind of different. Okay. From the text translation result, he instead says, "Well then, please come and enjoy your stay. We'll prepare a large room for you." There's no mention of everyone sharing the room, which is weird because it does say Minasan, which is everyone. So I think in this case, I think I'd go with the screenshot translation of, "Well then, I'll prepare a large room for you all to stay in."
何バカなこと言ってんだい。男のお客様と女のお客様は別だよ。ちった頭使いなって。
In the English version, Otomi says, "What are you talking about, fool? The men and women will sleep in separate rooms. Use your head, would you?" From the screenshot, Otomi says, "What nonsense are you talking about? Male guests and female guests are separate. Hey, use your head." Let's grab the text. And from the text translation, No difference from the screenshot result. Alright.
なんだと皆さんが離れ離れになったら寂しいんじゃねえかってな。
I mean, since the conversation between the old man and old woman is the exact same between Michiru and Kaname and no matter which route, I don't think I'll translate the rest of this because I already have last year or earlier in the year, back in January or February, I don't remember. Whenever I was at this part on the Kagome romance route for Michiru. So I'll just keep going ahead until we get to the actual new stuff.
この二人も仲が悪いようじゃの。そんなことないと思うけどね。
So, just like in the Kagome romance route, Shippo does say that does point out how the old couple apparently doesn't get along. The difference, though, if you're on a Miroku or Songo romance route, is Kagome will be the one to speak up about it. Whereas if you're on a Kagome or InuYasha romance route, it's either Miroku or Songo who does. InuYasha, of course, doesn't butt in because he's too much of a fucking idiot. Let's be real. In the English version, Kagome says, "No, I don't think that's the case." From the screenshot result, Kagome says, "I don't think that's the case." Which is also what the text translation comes out to. Again, Shippo's response here is the same as in the Kagome romance route, so I'm not going to translate it.
ロギンが心配だし、みんな大部屋でいいよね。
But this is definitely different, so... In the English version, Songo says, "I'm worried about our travel expenses, so one big room is fine." From the screenshot, Songo says... Well, after a cough says, "I'm worried about travel expenses, so I think it's fine for everyone to share a room." So, not too different from the English version. Text results. Is the exact same as the screenshot. Okay.
部屋のことなど良いから、お前は早く横になりなさい。
In the English version, Miroku says, "Don't worry about the room, just lay down and rest." From the screenshot, Miroku instead says, "Forget about the room, you just go lie down." The text result isn't too different, with Miroku saying, "Forget about the room, just go lie down."
本当に大丈夫だから、少し休めばよくなるよ。
In the English version, Songo says, "Really, I'm fine. I'll just rest a bit and I'll be better." From the screenshot result, it's not too different, with Songo apparently saying, "It's really fine. I'll just get some rest and I'll be fine." Let's grab the text. from the test results, Sango apparently says, I'm really fine. I'll just get some rest and I'll be fine. I think the wording here is... I think the translation should instead be something closer to... I'm okay, really. I just need some rest and I'll be fine.
病気の時くらいおとなしく言うことを聞くものだ。
In the English version, Miroku says, at least while you're sick, be quiet and listen for a change. From the screenshot result, Miroku says, when you're sick, you should be obedient and do what you're told. Interesting, because Michiru said something similar to Kagome on that romance route on Asagiri Island. The only difference was she wasn't sick, she was hurt. So he instead says, when you're hurt, you should be obedient and do as you're told. So, pretty much the same. So, pretty much saying the same thing there. But, from the English, or from the text result, Miroku says, even when you're sick, you should be obedient and do as you're told. I think in this case, I would rather go with the screenshots result of just when you're sick, you should just be obedient and do what you're told. Because, like, yeah, you're sick. Don't push yourself. Do what your caretaker is telling you so they can help you get better. So in the English version, Kagami starts with C, which I do think that's what this is supposed to be. But since it's the start of a multi-parter, I need to grab it for translation. The screenshot translation apparently has it as, hey, but I do think it's supposed to be, you see? Let's see.
この二人だっていつもは喧嘩ばっかりだけど、本当はすっごく仲良しなんだから。
Yeah, and then on an InuYasha or Kagome romance route, it's Miroku or Sango who are like, even though they fight, like, they're actually pretty close, so... Which is still incredibly fucking... a really stupid fucking trope. The screenshot translation's a little weird, so let's grab the text and throw it in. And from the... Yeah, okay. So from the text result with both quote-unquote halves, Kagome says, you see, these two, even though they're always fighting, they're actually really good friends. Which, honestly, in this case, the English version is a perfectly fine translation. And then Shippo's just like, I don't get it at all.
大部屋は奥にあります。荷物置いてくつろいでくださいね。
Let's hurry up and get to the room. So, on Kagome's romance route, this is the dog's room, or Inu room.
この部屋、サンゴの間と書いてあるぞ。
So, the English version actually did translate this well. for the Kagome romance route, because in Japanese it's called the Inu room, which the English version translated as dog's room. Yeah, makes sense. But then on the Miroku romance route, it gets weird because Shiba says, hey, this room is called Sango's room. Which, yeah, Sango's name means coral and Sango means coral, but I don't think the room is... From the screenshot result, Shiba says this room. It says coral room. Which... Yeah, like that is the wordplay pun. But I'm assuming the English localization team didn't quite catch that. So they were just like, oh, this room is actually named after Sango. I just like, no, like it's a themed room, so it's a coral room, but Sango's name means coral, so that's the play on words. And they just dropped the ball.
こういう偶然ってあるのね。
In the English version, Kagome says, what a coincidence. From the screenshot, Kagome says, so these kinds of coincidences happen. The text translation result for Kagome comes out as, so coincidences like this do happen.
サンゴですか。別の部屋は空いていませんかね。
In the English version, Miroku says, Sango, huh? Do you have any other rooms available? Again, the Japanese version, because of the wordplay of Sango meaning coral, so it is the coral room, not Sango's room, is a bit of a cheekier play. Like, it's a fairly cheeky reference. The localizers probably just didn't think anyone would catch that, so of course they just called it Sango's room. And the reason being, considering it's the same name as Sango, Miroku's getting weird thoughts of being inside Sango's room, or being inside Sango. God damn it, Miroku. From the screenshot translation, Miroku says, coral, huh? Is there another room available? You'll see what I mean about the embarrassment about it, because, yeah. But he'll make it obvious. From the text translation result, it's pretty much the same, with the translation coming out as coral, huh? Do you have another room available?
弥勒様、急にどうしたの?
In the English version, Kaname asks, what's wrong, Miroku? From the screenshot result, though, Kaname instead asks, Miroku-sama, what's happened all of a sudden? The text translation result, though, is slightly different with Kaname saying, Miroku-sama, what's wrong all of a sudden?
サンゴちゃんと同じ名前だから気になるとか。あ、もしかして照れてるの？
Yeah, here we go. In the English version, Kagome says, does it bother you that it's the same name as Sango? Huh? Are you feeling shy? From the screenshot, the translation from Miroku, or from Kagome, sorry. The screenshot's a little weird. Apparently having Kagome say, is it because it has the same name as Sango-chan that you're curious about? Ah, maybe you're embarrassed? Alright, interesting that, apparently, Kagome is pointing out Miroku's apparent embarrassment rather than him being shy. From the... Okay. Little weird. The text translation result for Kagome comes out as, maybe she's curious because we have the same name. Oh, but maybe she's embarrassed. A little weird that it doesn't mention Sango anywhere in there, but I think it should be closer to... Maybe it's because it has the same name as Sango-chan? Oh. Maybe he's embarrassed? Oh, maybe you're embarrassed? Yeah, no, I think it's something like, is it because it has the same name as Sango-chan? Ah, maybe you're embarrassed?
何をバカなことを。ただ、この方角は私にとってあまりよろしくない。
And that's why, because he makes this face. And he stutters for a response, like his mind is in the gutter. In the English version, Miroku responds with, don't be a fool, I just don't like the direction the room is facing. Trying to pull that, feng shui shit. From the screenshot result, though, Miroku apparently says, what a stupid thing to say. It's just that this direction doesn't look very good to me. I mean, hey, the English version at least, like, kept that on point. Not the text translation's a little buggy, so yeah, I think instead of what a stupid thing to say, kind of lean into what the English version did and have it be, what a foolish thing to say. It's just that this direction doesn't look very good to me.
早く入ろう。熱が上がったみたいだ。
Let's see. In the English version, Sango says, let's go in quickly. I think my fever's getting worse. From the screenshot. Sango says, let's hurry in. It looks like my fever has risen. Let's go to the text and see. It's a little weird. So the actual translation that the screenshot is giving me is, let's hurry in. It looks like your fever has risen. While the text translation has Sango apparently saying, let's hurry in. It looks like he's running a fever. Which would be in line if this was Miroku's route. Or, sorry, if this was either Sango's romance route or Miroku's friendship route, because in those cases he's the one getting sick. But I do think it's supposed to be, let's hurry in. It looks like my fever is rising. And Miroku's still trying to defend his own ass. In the English version, he says, direction! It's only a matter of the direction! From the screenshot, not too different, with him instead saying, direction! It's a question of direction! From the, text result comes out with the same thing.
なんでサンゴは嬉しそうでミロクは慌てとるんだ？
And then Shippo's pretty much asking the same question he asks Mitru when it comes to Sango or it comes to Kagome and InuYasha. In the English version, Shippo's asking, how come Sango looks so happy and Miroku looks so agitated? Again, just swap Sango for Kagome and Miroku for InuYasha, and Shippo asks the same thing if you're on one of their routes. From the screenshot translation, though, Shippo asks, why does Sango look so happy and Miroku so flustered? Let's grab the text to try that real quick. Which is the exact same as the screenshot. Okay. This is a multi-parter, so I'm going to grab this for the sake of it. But in the English version, Kaname just starts with a reaction of, huh? Let's see. The screenshot apparently has it coming out as, yeah, but the text translates it as either, or, huh?
ごめん、私にもよくわかんないや。
In the English version, Kaname says, sorry, I don't really know myself. Like, I wouldn't even say Sango looks happy here. Like, she doesn't care. She just wants to get into the room. So like, this questioning between Shippo and Kururugi makes a lot more sense in regards to Kagome and InuYasha, because Kagome is having an absolute laugh that the room they're staying in is the dog's room, saying that it's InuYasha's room, and InuYasha's getting all pissy about it, like, could you fucking stop? From the screenshot translation, Kaname says, sorry, I don't really understand either. From the text result, Kaname said, it's the same thing, huh? Sorry, I don't really understand either. Alright, gotta go in. Yeah, like, and most of this is just gonna be the same what was in Mitru's, so it's just gonna be specific stuff that I'll do.
あんまりはしゃいで襖を破っちゃダメよ。
This one, is slightly different. If you're on Kagome or InuYasha's route, it's Sango who says this, but basically telling Shippo to calm down or else he'll tear down the doors.
大部屋って広さじゃないみたいだけど。
And then Kururugi, both Mitra and Kaname, remark on how, for a big room, this is pretty small.
みんなごめんね。映しちゃうかもしれない。
In the English version, Sango says, "I'm sorry, everyone. I hope you don't catch my cold." From the screenshot, Sango instead says, "I'm sorry, everyone. You might get infected." Let's grab the text. Okay. The text result isn't too different from the screenshot result, but it is worded better with, "Sorry, everyone. I might have infected you."
気にするな。この私が手取り足取り看病しよう。
In the English version, Miroku says, "Don't worry. I'll take care of everything." From the screenshot, Miroku says, "Don't worry. I'll take care of you step by step." Alright. The text translation results, I'm not that fond of, with Miroku apparently saying, "Don't worry about it. I'll take care of the problem." The screenshots result, "I'll take care of you step by step," I think is perfectly fine.
それは私がやりますから。弥勒様は廊下で寝てくださいね。
And then this gets fun, with Kagome saying, "I'll take care of her. Miroku, you sleep in the hallway." From the screenshot, Kagome says, "I'll take care of that. So Miroku-sama, please sleep in the hallway." Not too different. And the text result comes out the same. Okay.
そうですか？ではサンゴ、私は少し出てきましょう。
In the English version, Miroku says, "Is that right? Okay, Sango. I'm going to leave for a little while." From the screenshot, Miroku says, "Is that so? Well, Sango, I'll head out for a bit." Let's see what the text has. Text result isn't too different, with Miroku saying, "I see. Well, Sango, I'll head out for a bit."
え、どうして？本当に廊下で寝るつもり？
Let's see. In the English version, Sango asks, "Why? You're really going to sleep in the hallway?" From the screenshot, Sango asks, "Huh? Why? You're really going to sleep in the hallway?" From the text, Sango instead asks, "Huh? Why? You really plan on sleeping in the hallway?
そうではない。薬草でも積んでこようかと思うのだ。
In the English version, Miroku says, "No, I thought I would go gather medicinal herbs." From the screenshot, Miroku says, "That's not it. I think I'll pick some medicinal herbs." The text translation results a little better, with Miroku saying, "No, that's not it. I was thinking of picking some medicinal herbs."
あ、それなら私が。
In the English version, Kaname says, "I can do that." From the screenshot, Kaname says, "Oh, then I'll." And then apparently gets cut off. From the text results, it's the same thing as the screenshot, with Kaname saying, "Oh, then I'll."
いや、これは私が行かねばならないことなのです。
In the English version, Miroku says, "No, this is something I have to do." To be fair, Miroku is a monk. He'd know what he would need to get. The screenshot translation is actually the exact same as the English version. So I actually don't think the text result will be any different. Okay, the text result is different, but not in a good way. With Miroku apparently just saying, "No, this means I have to go." No, in this case, I would go with what the English version has of, "No, this is something I have to do." Because, again, he's a monk. He's trained in medicine, so he knows what he'd need to look for. Kaname doesn't. And Kaname just giving out a defeated sigh like, yeah, I can't really argue.
王子様。
I don't need to translate that. Sango's just saying monk. And English version, she says Miroku.
ん？どうした？
In the English version, Miroku asks, "What's wrong?" In this case, it should be, what is it? But we'll see. From the screenshot, Miroku says, "What's wrong?" Okay. From the text results, also, what's wrong? Again, it could also be, what is it?
王子様。
Again, she's just saying monk. While the English version, she just says Miroku, but it's a multi-parter, so I need to grab the text off of it. Copy text. Ah.
お願い。
Huh. I completely forgot that, at least in the English version, her dialogue here was broken up this much here. In the English version, she just says, "Please." Which, yeah, that's what she's saying here. So I'll just grab the text. Let in.
ここにいて。
And this would hurt Kaname a lot more than InuYasha telling Kagome to stay would hurt Michiru. I honestly think. Just with the way they say it. With InuYasha, he was more being like... I don't know if I'd say it sounded like he was being more demanding or trying to be protective, saying, telling or asking Kagome to stay when she was going to go get the herbs for his injuries. But here, Sango is definitely pleading. In the English version, Sango says, "Stay here." From the screenshot, the screenshot translated it upside down. All right, and when I try to get the text, it doesn't actually give me anything. So I need to grab the hiragana. God damn it. 1, 2. Three. 4. 5. New. Oh, wait, no, wrong one. Which one is that? There we go. So yeah, it's literally the exact same thing from the English version, with Sango saying, "Miroku, please, stay here." The Japanese version is Sango instead saying, "Monk, please, stay here."
Sango.
I don't need to translate that. That Miroku's just saying Sango's name.
弥勒様、なんでそんなに優しく。
In the English version, Kaname's inner thoughts are, "Miroku, why is he so kind to her?" I mean, you know what Miroku's like. You know why he's kind to pretty much everyone. However, from the screenshot result, Kaname's inner thoughts instead come out as, "Miroku-sama, why are you being so kind?" Because she wishes he was being that kind to her. And this is all stuff that I've translated from the Kagome romance route, so I'm not gonna bother. Even though this is Kaname asking, Michiru said the same thing, asking if the old woman was okay.
大丈夫ですよ。ちょっと転んだだけですから。
大丈夫か。
大したことないよ。あんたは仕事しな。
バカ野郎。お前の体の方が大事だろう。まったくしょうがねえな。
And of course, she's shrugging off an injury from tripping while her husband is absolutely freaking out, saying like, "No, you need to take care of yourself."
ね、いつも喧嘩をしてるからって仲が悪いわけじゃないのよ。
And again, Kagome's just saying the same thing that would come from Sango on a Kagome or romance route, saying, "See, just because they argue all the time doesn't mean they don't get along." Again, I still think that's an incredibly stupid trope.
弥勒とサンゴも仲良さそうじゃったしな。
In the English version, Shippo says Miroku and Sango seem to get along. Again, if you're on Kagome's or InuYasha's route, he says InuYasha and Kagome seem to get along. From the screenshot translation, Shippo says Miroku and Sango also seemed to get along. From the text, Shippo instead says Miroku and Sango seem to get along well too.
弥勒様とサンゴちゃんのこと見てられない。見たくないよ。
In the English version, Kaname's inner thoughts are, I can't watch Miroku and Sango. I don't want to. And there's another difference here. Kaname does sound like she's about to break down and start crying. But with Mitru, he just sounds more like he's in pain. From the screenshot, Kaname's inner thoughts are, I can't bear to watch Miroku and Sango. I don't want to see it. From the text result, though, Kaname instead says, I can't see Miroku and Sango. I don't want to see them. I actually would probably go with the screenshot result here for Kaname being, I can't bear to watch Miroku and Sango. I don't want to see it.
そうだ。お水もらってきてあげるね。
Let's see. In the English version, Kaname says, oh, right. I'll go get some water. From the screenshot, Kaname instead says, that's right. I'll get some water. Copy text. Just to make sure. Yeah, the text translation result is, that's right. I'll get you some water. But with that, we're gonna go for one more. Oh, hey, InuYasha guys. Sorry, I just noticed you. Welcome in. We are going to go for a little bit longer. So for the time being, we're just going to go for a quick break. And we're back. But, instead of leaving, there is something that we can do that I actually didn't realize was a thing when I did the Kagome romance route, and discovered by accident when doing Miroku's romance route on the English version earlier in the year.
戻ってきませんね。
In the English version, Miroku says she hasn't come back yet. From the screenshot, excuse me. Huh. Apparently the screenshot translation doesn't want to translate this. Or can't. I can't tell. From the text translation result, Miroku apparently is saying he's not coming back. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be she hasn't come back.
私見てくるよ。
In the English version, Sango says, I'll go check on her. From the screenshot, Sango says, I'll go and see. And of course, this conversation would occur would pretty much be a completely or largely identical whichever route you're on, whether you're playing against Michiru or Kaname and you try to go back into the room before leaving. From the text result, Sango instead says, I'll go take a look.
お前は部屋にいなさい。風がこじれたら大変だ。
In the English version, Miroku says, you stay in the room. It'll be more work for us if you get sicker. Like, if it's InuYasha being injured, then Kagome would say, it'll be more work for us if your injuries get worse. Or if you reopen your wounds. One of the two. From the screenshot, Miroku says, you stay in the room. It'll be a disaster if you catch a cold. Even though she technically has one already if she has a fever. The text result is a bit lighter. It doesn't have... it doesn't say it'll be a disaster. Instead, it has Miroku say, you stay in the room. It'll be terrible if you catch a cold. And then Sango just coughs. I don't think Sango coughed in the English version. I honestly don't remember.
早く布団に戻りなさい。今夜はずっと私が看病するから。
In the English version, Miroku says, see, now get in bed. I'll take care of you tonight. Which, interesting wording. From the screenshot result, Miroku says, hurry up and go back to bed. I'll take care of you tonight. Okay. From the text results, according to the text results, Miroku says, hurry up and go back to bed. I'll be watching over you tonight. Still interesting wording, but not as bad sounding.
やっぱり部屋には戻りたくない。
In the English version, Kaname says, I don't want to go back to the room. Or, for her inner thoughts. Anyway. And again, Michiru would have the same thing on the Kagome or Sango romance routes. From the screenshot, though, Kaname's inner thoughts translate to, I don't want to go back to the room after all. So the implication there being that Kaname was considering going back into the room for something, but then overheard the conversation and was like, no, that's not a good idea. The text translation for Kaname also comes out as, I don't want to go back to the room after all. And of course, there was a sound as Kururugi was leaving. In the English version, Sango calls out, huh? You're back? From the screenshot, though, Sango says, huh? Are you back? I think it could also be, are they back? But we'll see when I throw it into the text. Okay, yeah. From the text translation, Songo says, huh? You're back? But when Kururugi doesn't re-enter the room, they just kind of go, And then it actually kind of makes a little bit more sense going into this. Yeah, like, Kaname absolutely feels like she's about to cry in Japanese. And Mitru absolutely felt like he was in pain. God, I love the Japanese version of this game! In the English version, Kaname begins her inner thoughts with, my heart feels so uncertain. Why does it hurt this much? English version is a little weird by having that first sentence end in a question mark when it's not a question. From the screenshot, though, Kaname's thoughts start with, my chest feels fuzzy and painful. Why does it hurt so much? Let's grab the text because there's another half to this. So far, the text translation is the same as the screenshot translation result. In the English version, Kaname's thoughts continue with, is it because I like Miroku? From the screenshot, Kaname's thoughts continue with, after all, I'm talking about Miroku. Let's see. What happens? Add it. Ooh! Interesting! That's definitely a change. So far, from the text translation, her inner thoughts are, my chest feels uneasy and painful instead of fuzzy and painful. Why does it hurt so much? I guess I'm just thinking about Miroku. Ooh.
でも、弥勒様の隣にはもうサンゴちゃんがいるんだ。
In the English version, Kaname's thoughts here conclude with, but Sango and Miroku are so close. From the screenshot, Kaname's thoughts conclude with, but Sango is already next to Miroku. Let's see. Okay, there was a weird alteration there by adding that. Let's see if I can... that. No. Okay. So I do need to mess with that a little. Wait, no. Oh, no, there, I see it. So the full translation for Kaname's inner thoughts are, my chest feels uneasy and painful. Why does it hurt so much? I guess it's because I'm thinking about Miroku. But Sango-chan is already next to Miroku-sama.
What happened? こんなところで。
In the English version, Sango asks, "What are you doing here?" From the screenshot, Sango instead says, "What's wrong? In a place like this?" That definitely needs some rewording, so let's see what the text translator gives us. Absolute garbage. The text translation for Sango comes out as, "What's wrong? Out here." Let's... Okay. Mess with that, and it comes out to, "What's wrong? In a place like this?" Which is the same as what the... screenshot result. I think it should be, "What's wrong? Why are you out here?"
Sango ちゃんこそどうしたの一体。
In the English version, Kaname asks, "What are you doing here?" From the screenshot, though, Kaname apparently is asking, "Sango-chan, what's wrong?" Which is also what the text translation comes out to. I think I would revert it to, "Sango-chan, is something wrong?"
なんでもないよ。通りがかったら姿が見えたから。
Let's see. In the English version, Sango responds with, "I was passing by and I saw you," which... Bullshit, why are you out of the room? You're sick. So what does the screenshot say? From the screenshot result, Sango says, "It's nothing. I saw you when I was passing by." Again, why are you out of the room when you need to rest? From the text translation result, Sango responds with, "It's nothing. I was just passing by and saw you." Okay.
でもサンゴちゃん寝てたんじゃ。
In the English version, Kaname asks, "But weren't you sleeping?" From the screenshot, Kaname says, "But Sango-chan, you were asleep." I honestly don't know if the dialogue changes if you try to go back into the room first or not. From the text result, Kaname says, "But Sango-chan, you were asleep." Which is what the screenshot has.
その
Just gotta grab that for the text. Because in the English version, Sango says, "Well..." Which Japanese version like shouldn't be something too different. Yeah, from the text result, she starts with, Like she's hesitating to answer.
かごめちゃんがシャンプーを貸してくれるって言うから風呂に入りに行こうと思って。
In the English version, Songo says, Kakome said she would let me use some of her shampoo, so I thought I'd take a bath. Which is weird, considering she said that it smells strange and she'd never use it. From the screenshot result, Songo apparently says, Kagome-chan said she'd lend me some shampoo, so I thought I'd go take a bath. Honestly, from Songo, it does feel like, just from how she's speaking, it does feel like this is, like, she's trying to make up an excuse on the spot. Whereas on Kagome's route with InuYasha, like, he does actually sound genuine, like, hey, like, I came to get you because the bath is ready. Oh, hold on. Okay, I need to fix something. God damn it. Oh, jeez. That's a bit. So let's do that. What the hell is that one? Uh-oh. I don't see it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Please let that be a katakana then. But somehow I don't think it is. Oh boy. Nope. Okay, so let's... let's see if I can get it off of this. Copy. There we go. Let's see. And next up is this one. There we go. From the text result, Songo says, Kagome said she'd lend me some shampoo, so I thought I'd go take a bath. Which is what the screenshot translation had. Alright. But there's more, of course.
一緒に行かない?
In the English version, Songo asks, would you like to take one with me? From the screenshot, Songo says, won't you come with me? And add the text. Okay. For the full translation of Songo's dialogue here, in the text translator, she says, well, Kagome said she'd lend me some shampoo, so I thought I'd go take a bath. Would you like to join me?
Sango-chan.
I don't even need to throw it in the translator. Kaname's just kind of taking a little off guard that Songo would make this offer, like, so kindly when she's been having not good thoughts.
風呂はいいよね。ゆっくり温まると気分も晴れる。
Let's see. In the English version, Sango starts here with, baths are great. You can relax and they make you feel better. From the screenshot, Sango says, baths are great. Warming up slowly makes you feel better. Alright, let's see. I have no idea why, but this translator really seems to have a weird time with trying to translate bath from Fudo. Because it keeps trying to transliterate it to flow or something else that just doesn't make sense. Let's see. From the text translation, Sango starts saying, baths are great. Warming up slowly lifts your spirits. Let's see.
だからその風呂に入ろうね。
In the English version, Sango concludes here with, so let's take a bath. From the screenshot, Sango says, so, let's go in the bath. Okay, there we go. With both halves now in, the text translation for Sango comes out as, baths are great. Warming up slowly lifts your spirits. So, let's take a bath, okay?
ありがとう。でも、もう少し涼んでいきたいから、後で行くね。
In the English version, Kaname responds with, thanks, but I want to stay here a little longer. I'll come later. The hesitation with Kaname's voice in Japanese, though, like, she is feeling conflicted about this. She's like, I was just thinking bad things about you, and you're trying to be really friendly to me. I can't process that. From the screenshot translation, Kaname says, thanks, but I'd like to cool off a bit more, so I'll come later. Let's see what the text has. Okay, text result isn't too different, with Kaname saying, thanks, but I'd like to cool off a bit, so I'll go later. I think I would take the screenshots result in this case.
わかった。先に行って待ってるよ。
In the English version, Sango responds with, okay, I'll go first. I'll be waiting. From the screenshot result, Sango says, I see. I'll go ahead and wait for you. Yeah, this is gonna be a bit. This is gonna be a bit. That's on me for also translating stuff that I did already translate before when I didn't need to. Whoops. From the text translation, Sango says, okay, I get it. I'll go ahead and wait.
Sango ちゃん、いい子だよね。こんな私なんかよりずっと。
Huh. I honestly forgot that this was something that Kururugi said out loud to themselves rather than in their inner thoughts. In the English version, Kaname says, Sango is so much nicer than me. From the screenshot result, Kaname says, Sango-chan, you're such a good girl. Much better than me. I do think you could change the "you're such a good girl" to "you're such a good person." The text result is the same as the screenshot result. Yeah, that is another difference because with Mitru in the English version, he remarks how much of a he calls himself a loser for having the thoughts he was having. But in the Japanese version, he calls himself a jerk. Because, like, again, he was having very not good thoughts in regards to Kagome and InuYasha. And his place in the group. And this is the same bit that happens with Mitra as well. Tane is feeding Shinkichi food, and he gets way too excited about it, so I'm just gonna skip past it.
本当かいそれじゃあいただくぜうめえ
ありがとうでも新吉さんお行儀悪いよ
いやもうこの弁当がうまくて
そうじゃないよこういう時はねはい
おういや
お味はどう
おいら幸せだぜこんなうめえもんを作ってくれる可愛い娘と一緒にいられて
私もだよこんな美味しそうに食べてくれるいい人と一緒でさ好きな人と一緒にいるってどんな気持ち私にはわかんないよ
Yeah, again, the difference between Kaname and Mitru. Kaname, by the end of those thoughts, absolutely sounded like she was about to cry. Whereas with Mitru, like, again, he absolutely feels like he's in pain. In the English version, Kaname thinks, what's it like spending time with someone you love? I have no idea. From the screenshot, Kaname thoughts are, how does it feel to be with someone you love? Oh no. Copy the text. Put it in. The text result is not too different, having it as, how does it feel to be with someone you love? I mean, I don't know. I feel like instead of the I don't know, it could be probably something like, not like I would know. Now for the juicy part.
ここにいたのですか。
In the English version, Miroku says, so, this is where you are. From the screenshot, Miroku says, were you here? I don't know if I go with that. Oh, okay, that's gonna be a problem. Let's fix that up real quick. Okay, Hiragana. That. Uh-oh, which one is that? Uh-oh. There it is. And... oh, here it is. And apparently it still has... translates to Miroku apparently saying, "Were you here?" Okay, no. Okay. There we go, that fixed it. From the text translation, Miroku's asking, "You were here?" I do think I would borrow a bit from the English version and instead have the translation be, "This is where you were." I don't need to throw that in a translator. In the English version, Kaname responds with, "Huh? Miroku?" The Japanese version would start more with a, like, surprised gasp of, "Ah, Miroku-sama."
ごめん、今用事があるから。
Let's see. In the English version, Kaname then says, "Actually, I have somewhere I need to go right now." From the screenshot, Kaname says, "Sorry, I have something to do right now." Let's grab the text. Which is the same result as the screenshot. Alright.
お待ちなさい。話があるのです。
In the English version, Miroku says, "Wait, I need to talk to you about something." From the screenshot, though, Miroku says, "Wait, I have something to tell you." From the text, though, I actually don't think it'd be too different, but let's find out. It is a little different. At least for how it starts. From the text translation, Miroku says, "Please wait. I have something to tell you." Honestly, him starting with "please wait" makes a little bit more sense. Just, like, considering it's Miroku and all.
話って何?
In the English version, Kaname asks, "What about?" From the screenshot translation, Kaname asks, "What do you mean, talk?" Give me a moment. Okay, that translation for Kaname doesn't make a lot of sense, coming off of Miroku's, in which Miroku says, "I have something to tell you." Although if you base it off of the English version being, "I need to talk to you about something," it makes a bit more sense. So probably having Miroku's translation be, "Wait, I have to talk to you about something." So then having Kaname's translation be, "What do you mean, talk?" otherwise, if you go with the translation I got before for Miroku, which is I have something to tell you, you could probably translate Kaname's dialogue here as about what? The text translation result comes out the same as the screenshot result, which is what do you mean talk? So, again, either borrow from the English versions of, and have Miroku's translation be, please wait, I need to talk to you about something. Or, again, if you want to go with Miroku saying, please wait, I have something to tell you, you could just go with Kaname translation being, about what?
こんな時ぐらい一言で決めたいものですが。
In the English version, Miroku says, I hate beating around the bush, so I'm just gonna say it. Which is usually not the case. The thing is to not be so direct. But, this is definitely where things get different from Kagome. Because on Kagome's route, she says, I'm just going to be upfront and say it. Whereas for Miroku, apparently, from the screenshot translation, he's saying, at times like these, I wish I could make a decision in one word. But let's see what the text comes out as, just in case it's any different. And I already need to fix things up. Okay. Okay. God damn it. Where the hell do I... it doesn't look like I need too much, so let's add this here and grab which one was it? This. And put it here. Anything else out of place? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Okay. Okay, so there's two translation options here for the text with what Miroku says, or what he starts off with. One is, at times like these, I wish I could decide in one word. The other is, no, uh-oh. Uh-oh. I goofed. Fixed. Yeah, alright. At times like these, I wish I could make a decision in one word.
あなたは私のことをどう思っておられますか?
In the English version, Miroku asks, how do you feel about me? Yeah, so, like, the English version of the game definitely does try to make the characters come off pretty similarly. Because the example I just used being in the English version, Kagome and Miroku both say with, I hate beating around the bush, so I'll come right out and say it. But I already said what Kagome actually says in Japanese, and we just had something completely different from Miroku. Let's see. From the screenshot result, Miroku asks, what do you think of me? Let's see what happens when I add it to the other half of the text. And, yeah, no, same thing. Both houses from Miroku coming out as, at a time like this, I wish I could decide in one word. What do you think of me? I don't need to translate that. That Kaname's just taken off guard. In the English version... she goes, what? And then, for the next part, asks, what do you mean? It's a little weird that the Japanese version has that as two different things, but I guess that's to help differentiate between a romance and friend route. So for Kaname's what do you mean? Actually, no, the screenshot result is the same as the English version. All right. Let's see what happens when I do this. Same in text. All right. In the English version, Miroku says, well, what I'm trying to say is, but from the screenshot here, Miroku starts by saying that means yeah, Miroku? Interesting, like, Japanese Miroku is just, like, in the Japanese version, Miroku seems to be trying to get to the point here. Whereas English, Miroku is actually hesitating to try and say it.
あなたは私を好いてくださっているのではないですかとお聞きしたいのです。
Sorry about that. In the English version, Miroku then says, I want to ask you whether you like me or not. But here's the thing, I think I heard him say aishiteru. And, wow, okay, the screenshot translation took all of this Japanese text and just translated it as, you love me, don't you? I want to ask you something. Okay. Okay, that is being very straightforward. Let's see what the text has. Because this would recontextualize a lot of the other routes, then. I'm sorry? It took all of that and made it that... Okay. Also, I don't see any mention of aishiteru. I thought for sure I heard it. Then again, my hearing sucks ass, so... Huh. Give me a moment. Let's... Because there's no mention of ski in here either. So what the... Huh... Something about that doesn't seem right to me. Like, taking all of that and translating it to something so short. And not only that, it's completely different what the screenshot translation gave. Hold on. Oh, never mind. I thought I saw something wrong there. Oh, hold up. I do see something wrong. Ha 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 ha. Nice fucking try. Let's see. Nice try. Let's do that. And that is not actually that. It is this. Da 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 da. What? Oh yeah, yeah. Yep. 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 Okay, the rest of it is actually fine. Weird. Yeah, no, it is weird then that the screenshot result has Miroku ask, "You love me, don't you?" But then I want to ask you something. And yet the text result has Miroku's full thing as, that is to say, I'd like to ask if you like me. Considering the situation and the screenshot translation, I do think I'd change it to, I'd like to ask if you love me. Or if you're in love with me. Because, again, just given the situation, it would make sense for that to be the question. In the English version, Kaname just reacts with, what? There's no real translation here in the Japanese version. Kaname is just taken so off guard. She flinches a little in shock.
無論私は
In the English version, Miroku says, it's mutual. From the screenshot, Miroku says, of course I am. Let's see how that turns out. Also, that is a little broken, so I'm, actually no, not as broken as I thought. I can just, and grab this, and put it here, and there we go. Okay, the text translation also has this come out as, of course I am, so with that really long text that apparently got translated to something so short, I do think to go to be a companion set to the translation here of course I am. The previous translation from Miroku should be, I'd like to know if you're in love with me. And then Miroku saying, of course I am, is him saying that he's in love with her. That's just how it makes sense to me.
So, Miroku様。でも、私。
In the English version, Kaname's reaction is, no way, Miroku, but I... Which I feel like it's gonna be the same case here. Yeah, the screenshot result is giving me the same result as what the English version has. No way, Miroku-sama. But I... That was missing. Along with... that. Okay, the text translation is making it a little weird, with Kaname apparently saying, "You're lying, Miroku-sama." But I do think it should be no way, because Uso can just be translated a few different ways. Let's see what the rest comes out with. In the English version, Kaname wonders, "What should I do?" While from the screenshot here, Kaname, yeah, no, same thing. What should I do? Let's see. Grab the text just in case. And yeah, no. Full text translation for Kaname is, "No way, Miroku-sama. But what should I do?" And choice time! Be true to feelings. Or think about Tongo. No, we want the cutscene. Extra content. I don't need to translate that, but I do need it for the translator for the text, so let's throw it in real quick. Weird, it didn't even translate it. That's not a good sign. God damn it. No, I know what I need. Do that. Here. You. There. That. Yep. In the English version, Kaname says, I like you. Again, ski could also mean love, but it's also context-based. But given the situation, I do think the context would have it come out as love. From the screenshot translation, Kaname says, I like you too. Let's see. From just the text translation, though, Kaname says, I love you too. Let's... Filling up real quick, though. There we go.
のことが好き。
In the English version, Kaname calls out, I like you, Miroku. Let's see. From the screenshot, Kaname... Okay, weird. The previous screenshot had Kaname say, I like you too, but now the screenshot is saying, I love you, Miroku-sama. It's fucking translator, I swear. But it's the best I've got! Let's see... Yep. So, with that dialogue, all three parts of it, Kaname's translation first says, I love you too. I love you, Miroku-sama.
サンゴちゃんは大切な友達だから自分の気持ちは伝えられないって思ってたの。
What could possibly go wrong? In the English version, Kaname starts here with, I couldn't tell you how I felt, cause Sango's such a close friend. From the screenshot result, Kaname says, Sango-chan is a dear friend, so I thought I couldn't tell you how I felt. Making sure nothing's out of place. Okay. Let's see. Text translation so far is the same as the screenshot. Sango-chan is a dear friend, so I thought I couldn't tell you how I felt.
すごく辛かったけど。だけど。
In the English version, Kaname concludes here with, It was hard to keep to myself, but... From the screenshot, Kaname instead says, It was very painful, but... And if I add that to the text... there's no change. It still ends on, it was really painful, but... So the full translation for Kaname's two halves is, Sango-chan is a dear friend, so I thought I couldn't tell you how I felt. It was really painful, but...
大丈夫ですよ。
In the English version, Miroku says, I understand. Don't say another word. That didn't seem like what he said in Japanese, though. He starts with Daijobu. Yeah, there we go. Apparently, from the screenshot, Miroku just responds with, It's okay. Yeah. Alright.
もう何も言わなくていい。
From the English version, Miroku says, You don't have to say any more. While from the screenshot, Miroku says, "You don't need to say anything more. You don't need to say anything anymore." Let's see. Let's grab the text from that because it is 2 parts. From the text result, it is the same result as the screenshot. So let's grab the other part.
辛い思いをさせてしまいましたね。これからはずっと一緒ですよ。
In the English version, Miroku continues with, "I've put you through a lot of grief, but we're gonna be together. You're on in." From the screenshot, Miroku says, "I'm sorry for the hardship that you've experienced. From now on, we'll be together forever." Okay. Copy. Nope. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm gonna have to mess with that text. Damn it. Alright. Where do I start? Where do I start? Here, no, here, no. That's fine. That's fine. Ah, found it. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's gonna be some work. You. 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 Oh, not that one. There it is. Last one again. And yes. Okay. For Miroku, with both halves, the text translation comes out as, "You don't need to say anything anymore. I'm sorry for the pain I caused you. We'll be together forever from now on." In the English version, Miroku says, "In body and soul." From the screenshot, Miroku says, "Both body and mind." Let's see. From the text translation, he says body and mind, you know. In this case, I would go with the screenshots result, both body and mind, but sure.
Miroku-sama?
I don't need to throw that into the translator. That's Kaname taking a bit and then realizing, wait, something's up. Going, huh? Miroku? Or Miroku-sama? In the English version, she goes, what? Miroku?
引っかかったな。まったく女ってのは間抜けだね。
Once again, I really like how the Japanese version does this. It does start with Miroku's voice, but then it slowly morphs. The English version doesn't do that. It keeps Miroku's voice for the whole thing because the English localization team fucking sucked. In the English version, Miroku says, "Huh, you fell for it. Honestly, women are such pathetic fools." From the screenshot, quote-unquote Miroku says, "You got caught. Women are really stupid." Let's grab the text. A little weird there. I mean, the ending is kind of better. Instead of having the women are really stupid, it ends on women are such fools. But the start, with the text translation, apparently has, quote-unquote, Miroku saying, "You got me." I think it's... I do think for that is, "You've been caught," or "I've got you." Even though it doesn't have an I connotation, like a self-identifier, but whatever. "You've been caught" also works. Whatever.
弥勒様、何を言ってるの?
In the English version, Kaname questions, "Miroku, what are you talking about?" From the screenshot, Kaname instead asks, "Huh? Miroku-sama, what are you talking about?" Text result comes out the same as the screenshot. And then I don't even need to translate that. That's just a scream.
弥勒なんかじゃねえよ。本当の名はマホロ。
And in the English version, Mahoro says, "I'm not Miroku. My real name is Mahoro." Let's see. From the screenshot result, Mahoro says, "I'm not Miroku. My real name is Mahoro." Yeah, so same as the English version. All right. Okay. Just get rid of that. Okay.
俺は自分の姿を獲物の思い人の姿に変えてみせることができるのさ。
In the English version, Mahoro says, "I have the ability to transform into a person's loved one." From the screenshot result, Mahoro says, "I see myself in the form of the praised beloved. You can change it and show it." Something about that feels a bit weird. So let's check the text. That would explain it. You are missing something. All right. Great. Now I gotta find that. I mean, funny enough, the part missing, it makes sense because the translation comes out as, "I can change my appearance into that of my praised beloved." But I still should try to get this. I don't know if it'll pick up, but worth a try. Paste. There we go. I mean, it alters it, but not by much. It still works. The translation then for Mahoro is, "I'm not Miroku. My real name is Mahoro. I can transform myself into the appearance of my praised beloved."
なんですって? じゃあ今までのは全
In the English version, Kaname reacts with, "You what? You mean this has all been a lie?" From the screenshot, Kaname's question is, "What? So everything up until now..." Got text, throw it in. Okay. From the text result, Kaname instead says, "What did you say? Then everything up until now..." In the English version, Mohoro says, "Precisely." Now that's an expression I like to see. From the screenshot, Mohoro says, "That's right." What a nice face. Let's grab the text, because I am going to need it. The text result for Mohoro is, "That's right. You look good." In the English version, Mohoro says, "And here you thought you were finally in the arms of the person you care about. Such a pity, really." The screenshot result, Mohoro says, "To the heart of my beloved, you thought you were..." Okay, that's worded weirdly. I think it's supposed to be, "To the heart of your beloved, you thought you were being held. So what a shame." Let's see what the text does. Provided it's intact. Okay. Well, there's definitely something I need to fix up then. This one. Okay. At least I know what that one is. Okay. Okay. Full translation does need to be tweaked a little, so the translation for Mohoro comes out as, "That's right. Such a nice face. You were so happy to be in the arms of your beloved, but it's a shame." I don't need to translate this. Michiru has the same line, but Kururugi figures out Mohoro's the one that's been spiriting everyone away. And Mohoro's just like, "It doesn't matter. I'm gonna eat you anyway." Here we go. I don't need to translate that. Like, that's easy. She's just calling out Sango.
妖怪め離れろ。さもないと今度は体の真ん中を狙う。
In the English version, Sango says, "Get away from her, demon! Otherwise, I'm going to destroy you." From the screenshot... okay. I just want to be sure of something first, because that should be yokai first. Come on. Okay, making sure it was all there. Yeah. So from the screenshot translation, Sango says, get away, yokai, or I'll aim for the center of your body next." The text translation result, it does start the same with, "Get away, yokai, or I'll aim for your center next." And this is the same no matter which, like, not even whether you're playing as Miroku Kaname, it's the same across every route. And this is the same between Michu or Kaname, just saying that they will never forgive Mahoro. But this is gonna be easy as fuck. Because unlike with InuYasha, oh, whoops. I was gonna say, unlike with InuYasha, who probably only had the one co-op tech with Kururugi at the time, I built up enough to be at second level with Sango, so that's not a problem. The problem is I need energy to pull it off. Oh, nice. Okay. Sure, I'll just defend. That way they can move faster. Yeah, like that's whatever. You even missed! Jeez! Okay. Alright, Sango is slow as hell because of the gauntlet. But that doesn't matter. Thanks for the energy.
行くよ。
うん、わかった。式神よ、秘めたる力を今解き放て。くらえ。はっ。
Oh, you're not even dead yet. Oh, I thought that would have done the trick.
Yes.
Well, this should do it. Honestly though, like, the fact that I didn't get the kill with the co-op tech kinda sucks. This is always really good to do it against Mahoro. Alright, in the English version, Sango says, everything alright? From the screenshot, Sango says, is everything okay? Let's grab the text. And same thing as the screenshot. Alright. I don't need to translate that. Kaname just gives a hesitant nod to confirm. In the English version, they have her say, yeah. Because they're cowards who can't do, like, motion sounds. So they have, like, they have to have the characters say something.
帰りが遅かったからね。見に来てよかったよ。
In the English version, Sango says, I was worried about you, so I came looking for you. From the screenshot, Sango says, I can't use that, so let's grab the text and see if that can fix anything. Making sure. Okay. Okay, the translation result's a little weird. But I think the intent here was you were late getting back, so I'm glad I came to find you.
Sango-chan, 私
I don't need to translate that, that's just Sango-chan, I, which the English version has as Sango, I.
何?
In the English version, Sango asks, what is it? This is a multi-parter though, so they should just be like, what? So I'm just gonna grab that, put it in the text. Yep, and
風ならもう大丈夫だよ。動いたのが逆に良かったのかな。
In the English version, Sango says, if you're worried about my cold, don't be. I sweated it out on the walk, and I feel a lot better now. But this looks a little bit different. So let's see what the translation is. From the screenshot, the translation for Sango is, if it's just a cold, I'm fine now. Maybe it was a good thing that I moved? Let's see. Okay, that's better. From the text result, Sango says, what? If it was just a cold, I'm fine now. Maybe it was a good thing I was moving around?
自分の具合が悪いのに、それでも私のこと心配してくれてたんだ。
In the English version, Kaname's inner thoughts are, she was worried about me, even though she's feeling so sick herself. From the screenshot, Kaname's inner thoughts are, even though she wasn't feeling well, she's still worried about me. Let's grab the text. From the text result so far, Kaname's inner thoughts are, even though she wasn't feeling well, she was still a little worried about me. I think I'd get rid of the little and have it be she was still worried about me.
それなのに私は弥勒様のこと、自分のことばっかり考えて。
In the English version, Kaname's thoughts continue with, and yet all I do is think about Miroku. From the screenshot, Kaname's thoughts continue with, and yet I was only thinking about Miroku and myself. Let's grab the text to throw in. So far, the text result for that is from Kaname is, but I was only thinking about Miroku and myself. Okay.
本当に嫌なやつだ。
In the English version, Kaname's thoughts conclude with, all I do is think about myself. I'm a total loser. I think I heard Baka here in Japanese, though. We'll find out. Okay, the translation there is weird. But let's grab the text. And hopefully... Okay, no, there's no bucket in there. Weird. So for whatever reason, it's translating this as "what a nasty guy." So again, the English version has Kururugi think I'm a total loser. For Mitru, it was more I'm such a jerk. For Kaname's version, though, I think her ending here would be I'm a terrible person. So her full inner thoughts here would be, even though she wasn't feeling well, she was still worried about me. But I was only thinking about Miroku and myself. I'm a terrible person.
帰ろう。奉仕様も心配してるし。
In the English version, Sango says, come on, let's go back. Besides, Miroku and the others are waiting for us. From the screenshot, Sango says, let's go. Let's get back. The monk is worried about... it should be the monk and the others, I think. Otherwise, if... No, it really is. The monk is worried about us. Huh. Okay. Copy that text. Yeah, there we go. From the text result, Sango says, let's head back. The monk is worried about us.
でも
And I need to... get this. I don't need to translate it because it's just Kaname starting with but, which is also what the English version has her start with for inner thoughts here, so... Next part.
でも弥勒様のことを忘れるなんてできない。
In the English version, Kaname's thoughts continue with, I can't get Miroku off my mind. From the screenshot result, Kaname's thoughts are, but I can't forget about Miroku. From the... yeah, no, so far, the text is matching the screenshot translation, so...
私、弥勒様が好きなの。弥勒様が。
The English version has Kaname's thoughts conclude with, I like Miroku. He's... From the screenshot, Kaname's thoughts conclude with, I love Miroku-sama. Miroku-sama. Add that to the end. Kaname's full inner thoughts translation from the text is, but I can't forget about Miroku. I love Miroku. Miroku. I don't need to translate that. Kaname's just saying, Sango, I'm sorry.
ちょっと待って、どうしたの?
In the English version, Sango questions, what's the matter? But in the English version, the way she says it is like Kaname's still standing right in front of her. But Japanese version, Kaname's run off, and Sango actually sounds like she's trying to call out. From the screenshot result, Sango is calling out, wait a second, what happened? I think it could be, hold on, what happened? Let's see. The text result comes out as, wait a minute, what's wrong? Yeah, I do think, hold on, what's wrong? Or hold on, what happened? Would be fine. In the English version, Kaname says, I can't stay here any longer. From the screenshot, she says, I can't stay here anymore. Which the text result also has.
ダメ。もうみんなのところには戻れない。戻りたくない。
I goofed. I should have, made a save state before this, but we'll pick up here because we went for an extra 2 hours, basically. And we covered what I wanted, so we're just gonna call it here, and I will catch you all next time. So until then, this has been the Azure Guardian. See ya.